Naruto's POV. How did it end? I don't even remember anymore. Events sometimes pop up in memory, and then again drown in darkness. Battle, bloodlust and regret. Regret that everything went wrong. The Akatsuki didn't break their promise, leaving Kurama and me alive. I became one of them, although I could not enjoy this company for a long time. The day came when a huge Sharingan lit up in the sky. And then everything in this world ceased to matter. The one who calls himself Madara was right. This is a world without wars and blood, a world that everyone dreamed of, an ideal world. But something is missing in it. There is not enough in it, in total. There are no rains, bad and inclement weather. There is no darkness that has become my home. There is no bone-chilling cold. Blood that warms my hands when I pierce the bodies of enemies, pain that tells me that the world is real, screams of horror and heart-rending screams. Why, you ask? Why did I become like this? The answer is simple: I made the wrong choice. I don't want to make excuses to anyone, regret everything that I have managed to accomplish over the past 4 years, swear that I am good. That's not so. I do not regret the death of those people who deserve to be torn apart. I do not regret that I went with Sasuke, leaving everything that was dear to me in Konoha. I don't regret what I did to Sakura. Only one of my mistakes is worth much more than the bad things that each of us managed to do in his life. I have destroyed evil. Destroyed the good. I destroyed the world. And now I want to correct my mistake, to return everything as it was. I will free this world from eternal genjutsu. Maybe some people will hate me. Perhaps some will be grateful to me. But one thing I know for sure, I will be hunted. Those whom I have already managed to harm, Akatsuki, Sasuke. I'm alone now. One against the whole world. The element of wind. Rasen Shuriken. A familiar cry rang out. The ear-piercing whistling began to intensify. And then, there was an explosion. The picture of the world began to crumble into fragments, leaving behind only black voids, nothing that was in place of the most cherished dreams that came to life. Uzumaki opened his eyes, and the moonlight, too harsh for them, hit them. The moon that existed again. And the huge Sharingan hovering in the sky in its place has disappeared. The guy found himself exactly where he was before the world plunged into endless genjutsu, at the top of the tallest tower in Amagakura, a place where it rains constantly. And now it was raining from the sky, as if continuing from the very beginning of time. Weighty drops broke from the gray mess of clouds and broke on what would be below. Uzumaki felt the cold and the drum roll that the drops beat against his bare torso. Naruto was wearing only black trousers, quickly soaked through, and sneakers, in which his feet were very warm and comfortable. A kunai holster was strapped to his shin, and a black leather pouch was attached to his belt. There was nothing else with the blonde. He was used to traveling light, and the harsh life had taught him to do without excess. For some time, Naruto seemed to be recovering from shock. Apparently, dreams, as it was believed, of an eternal illusion, had not yet faded from his consciousness. He looked hard at what was at his feet. In front of him stretched the village of Hidden Rain, resembling a city. Tall buildings, a lot of metal pipes, unknown to Konoha, in which the blonde was born, buildings and devices, such as, for example, huge antennas that absorb electricity when lightning strikes them. Not a single living tree, just solid metal and asphalt covering the ground. Time, as if stopped, started up again. Due to the fact that Jinchuriki woke up a little earlier, he managed to see what the world was like while the consciousness of its inhabitants was far, far away from here. It was a frozen picture. People, like trees, stood, sat, lay on the streets, roofs of houses and in other places where they should not have fallen asleep, not moving and turning into inanimate objects. But now they began to wake up and look around with concern on their faces, not understanding where they were. The streets of the village were filled with residents coming out of their houses. Each of them was in a state of shock. And everything around me was like a terrible dream. Nuknin shuddered when several shadows flashed over Amigakure, heading towards the very place where he was. Shadows soared into the air, breaking away from the roofs of buildings, and flew towards Naruto at an alarming speed. He wasn't the least bit surprised when he saw figures in Akatsuki cloaks floating in the air in front of him. This guy, who divided his soul into parts, spat on the laws of gravity. The god of this world, who inspires awe, and horror in the inhabitants of Amigakure, was here, ready to punish the guilty. "Just don't ask me why I did it," Naruto muttered, casting a pleading glance at the red-haired man whose cloak was blowing the wind raging in the sky. Pain didn't answer. Eerie inhuman eyes, resembling ripples that passed through the water from a stone thrown into it, were fixed on the one who was guilty before the god of this world. The chakra receivers, speckling the deathly pale face, glowed from the moonlight. "You, like no one else, should understand me," Uzumaki exclaimed with a note of despair in his voice. "We have saved this world from pain," said Pain, "and you have ruined everything and condemned all mankind to eternal suffering." The existence of the whole world was under threat, Naruto objected, but Pain didn't listen to him. He stretched out his hand in front of him, and Uzumaki felt himself being lifted off the ground and pulled towards the man in the raincoat. Finally, an incredibly strong hand tightened on his throat. The guy felt that he was suffocating. Among other things, Pain was pulling the chakra out of him in an unknown way, and Naruto was getting weaker by the second. "Please," he tried to say, but could not do it, and inarticulate sounds escaped from his throat. "I haven't recovered enough to fight him yet. It's not even worth trying," Naruto thought with despair. Pain squeezed his hand even harder, and Uzumaki heard the crunch of his own vertebrae. My vision went dark. He no longer understood what was going on. The god and his other 5 bodies began to descend towards the main square, which, despite the rain, was crowded with people waiting for a miracle. When they saw the 7 figures, they started pointing at the sky with their fingers, talking and whispering. "Look! It's God! He came down from heaven. He'll tell us what happened." Finally, 6 Pains in raincoats and the unfortunate Naruto, whose throat was still squeezed by Akatsuki's palm, descended to the height of a 10-story house and stopped. "God! You came to us. Take us away. Save us." Naruto heard fanatical shouts. Pain waited patiently until the people were silent, and then in a loud vowel voice said, "Each of you was in paradise today, where there is no blood, wars, suffering and losses. It was a reward for your faith, as I promised." Pain began, and from this voice, a chill ran through the blond man's barely alive body. Still conscious, he tried to break free, but to no avail. He looked like a little kitten who had been grabbed by the scruff of the neck and was not going to let go so easily. "God! Bring us back! Save us!" The crowd echoed their God. "This person is the one who deprived you of all this. Not me, but him. And today he will pay for what he has taken from all mankind." Pain exclaimed. There was a clang, and Naruto, barely opening his eyes, saw, although, no, he could no longer see. I felt the sharp bayonets, more like thin metal pipes, coming straight out of the hands of the other Pains. In the next moment, his body was pierced by a terrible pain, which the blonde had never experienced in his life. An image of Pain's creepy eyes appeared in his clouded mind, watching his suffering. His screams echoed throughout the village. And people, holding their breath, looked at Naruto, crucified in the air. His blood, mixed with the rain, was pouring down. And the residents of Amigakure stood and looked at it with reverence, folding their hands in a prayer gesture or stretching them out to God. Uzumaki felt his hands let go of him. And it hangs in the air only at the behest of pain. Let him feel all your pain. He heard a phrase that escaped synchronously from the lips of each pain. And then the force of gravity sent him straight down to the puddled asphalt. The whole life flashed under my eyes. And then, a thud and emptiness. The cold that engulfed the whole body. A sharp pain piercing Naruto. It's sad that everything turned out that way. And the satisfaction that he was able to correct his mistake, these were the feelings that permeated the blonde's last thoughts before the fall. Now he was drowning in darkness, either the darkness of his own rotten soul, or in the bottomless pool of the universe. No sound, no spark of light, no fear. Fear? I stopped being afraid of death a long time ago. I was weaned from this by Orochimaru-sensei. And why am I? Oh, no, it doesn't matter. A sudden warmth washed over the guy in front. He felt a touch on his body if it still existed somewhere. The guy couldn't see, couldn't hear. But he could feel it. Even being in the form of an astral body, being outside of its physical shell. A pink spot was blurring in front of him. Enticing, teasing him. And surprisingly elegant and attractive. Stop. How can a stain be elegant? No, it's not a stain. It's a lost soul just like me. Or maybe it's my fantasy. Uzumaki focused the attention of his entire eye on the spot, and it gathered into a clear image of a pretty beautiful girl with pink, like lilac petals, hair falling to her shoulders. Her light green eyes were looking at Naruto. Or what he was like right now. The blonde did not immediately realize that Sakura was not wearing clothes. He saw the familiar third-size breasts he had touched, wide hips. And I felt the desire to touch her delicate light pink skin. And as soon as this thought visited the blonde, Sakura's lips spread into a gentle smile, and desire lit up in her eyes. And she immediately reached out to Naruto with her hand, and unknown winds of black matter slowly brought her closer to him. Uzumaki realized that now he sees his own body, a naked body, hungry for pleasure after such a cruel and tragic life. Sakura also noticed that Uzumaki had gathered into a complete form with everything necessary for what she had in mind. And then the naked girl smiled slyly and reached out with her hand to the place that Naruto remembered at the very last moment. No. I don't want to. It was a mistake. Never again, the blonde man wanted to shout, and Sakura stopped, staring at him in surprise. You don't want me? What is it? She asked, not blushing and not at all embarrassed by such an open question. No. I don't need you. Uzumaki exclaimed. Sakura's face did not have time to show resentment. It just broke up into a lot of pink particles, similar to haze or pollen. The haze passed through Naruto and disappeared, leaving him alone in an unknown place. There was no one here, only the blonde himself, naked, confused and disappointed that he himself had so quickly given up on perhaps the most pleasant thing in his life. But he was not sad for long. Another cloud appeared out of nowhere, this time made of fiery red particles. It flew around Naruto from behind and gathered into a clear image. Thin, elegant fingers with red-painted nails fell on Naruto's shoulders. He felt the touch of two elastic mounds on his back, and then the warmth spreading throughout his body. You're tired. Relax, he heard a familiar voice in his ear. Karin. Naruto whispered, seeing the girl's face over his shoulder. She smiled and kissed him on the lips. While the tongue of the red-haired kunoichi traveled in his mouth, Naruto felt much better. It's like a surge of chakra, which doesn't seem to exist in this place. Karin's hand dropped lower, and her palm wrapped around the blonde man's manhood. The two Uzumaki met eyes. Her red eyes stared insistently into his blue ones. "Come on, you want to," she purred in an exciting voice. "What, right here?" Naruto, always imperturbable in front of her, was a little confused. She giggled and, swimming around him, she herself approached his cherished place. Naruto experienced a ton of bliss from the touch of her tongue to his head and, unexpectedly for himself, let out a quiet, stingy moan. What kind of place is this? Maybe this, paradise? Very similar to what happened in the world of eternal genjutsu. But at the same time it's completely different. And besides, I kind of saved the world. Without letting Naruto experience the peak of bliss, the girl pulled herself up on him and, floating over him in the air or, rather, in the void, merged with him again in a passionate kiss, which once again gave the guy strength and confidence. Yes, Karin's abilities worked like that in the real world. It was worth biting her or even touching her pale, beautiful skin, and you felt better, as if you had been given a chakra injection. Naruto ran his hand over her cheek, brushing her red hair from her face, the same shade as her mischievous cunning eyes. Then his hands dropped to her waist and pulled her closer to him. The guy felt a thrill from touching her soft breasts to his body and touching her elegant buttocks, as if carved from wood by the hand of a master. "Come on, I'm ready," she whispered in his ear, and Naruto hurried to fulfill her request. They merged into a single whole, floating and rotating in this incomprehensible space. Uzumaki enjoyed every moment. And he felt the return from Karin, she felt the same feelings as he did. And finally, surrendering to the waves of bliss, both froze. And then Karin pulled away and, pushing off from Naruto with her hands, flew away from him. He held out his hand to her, not wanting to part so soon. "Where are you going? Come back," he whispered pleadingly. "No," she answered unexpectedly, "you come back. And remember that I'm waiting for you." She blew him a kiss and disappeared in a reddish mist that dissipated in the darkness. What's going on here? Naruto thought anxiously, feeling that he was all alone. The warmth quickly left him, and the cold filled his body again. And a cutting sharp pain. What's going on here? Naruto whispered, and the next moment someone's plump cold lips covered his mouth. Uzumaki sat up, automatically responding to the kiss, and then opened his eyes to look at his beloved. But in front of him was not Karin at all, but a girl with hair as blue as the waters of the sea and amber eyes. And the taste of her lips was not strawberry at all. The eyes of the person he did not immediately recognize were clouded, as if she herself did not understand what she was doing. When both finally realized what was going on, they broke away from each other. Naruto looked dumbfounded at Konan and, realizing that she was without clothes, as well as feeling the remnants of moisture on his stomach, realized what had happened. Everything he thought about, what he did while delirious, was actually happening, but with a completely different girl. "What did you do?" Uzumaki stammered. Over the past few days, emotions that Uzumaki had lost over the years of training with Orochimaru have returned to him. He learned to be surprised again, because life was preparing more and more surprises for him. Konan shuddered and blinked, as if she woke up from a dream and recoiled from Naruto. "I'm sorry. You so reminded me of him that I used you," she murmured softly, as if afraid to admit it to herself. Uzumaki tried to sit up, but could not, as a result of which he remained lying on something very cold. "I'm alive," he said, feeling that the pain that had returned to his body was gradually intensifying. Konan nodded and, turning away, threw on a black robe with a picture of red clouds on the fabric. "You have a strong heart. And a strong will to live," she said in a broken voice, he wanted to make you his puppet. And he told me to prepare you for surgery. But I couldn't. She took a deep breath. You look like Yahiko, my lover, the one whose body Nagato uses. I noticed it from the very beginning. Uzumaki grinned. Yes, it was stupid. I thought you were such an unapproachable person. And here, he grinned, you know, I'm grateful to you. Even if it was you and not her. It was you who helped me come back to life. Konan turned back and cast a surprised glance at the blonde man. Me? What is it? She asked. Yes. All I needed was that, get warm. It seems that kurama has almost healed my wounds during this time, Uzumaki explained, trying to choose his words better. Thank you, Konan. An embarrassed smile appeared on her sad face. Apparently, the blue-haired girl herself wore a stone mask for a very long time, which did not allow her to experience real feelings. I knew from the very beginning that you were alive. And I was hoping to ease your suffering before the inevitable end, she confessed, and at the same time her own. The end? What are you talking about? Naruto was surprised. Look at you. Naruto tried to sit up again, enduring the pain, and this time he succeeded. As Uzumaki had guessed, he was completely naked. There were still traces of recent ahem on his body, contact with Konan. But that wasn't what was bothering the blonde right now. He was startled when he saw that his legs from the feet to the knees were all studded with iron pins, small chakra receivers that Pain used to control his 6 bodies. And the same chakra receivers were sticking out of both hands around the wrists. His skin was even paler than usual, almost like someone who had recently lost his life. What are you going to do now? The blonde man asked Konan cautiously. She looked at Naruto thoughtfully for a few seconds, and then touched her left breast, as if listening to her heart. I give you this life, she said, let you be free of the two of us. The blonde forced out a new smile, trying to make it as sincere as possible. Miracles happen. What is happening to me? He thought and, grabbing the first rod, pulled it out. So much training together with Orochimaru and his soulless subordinates, so many years that hardened Naruto's character and made him immune to pain. And everything is down the drain. When Naruto pulled out the first chakra receiver, he experienced just hellish pain. And he had to tear out about 30 more of these metal pins from his body. With a stifled groan, he pulled out the second piece of iron and, like the first, threw it on the floor. In those places from which he took out the chakra receivers, there were holes about a centimeter deep. Each jerk was accompanied by incredible pain, but there was no blood. And Naruto endured as much as he could. Konan looked at him with compassion, but without pity. She was used to such sights and could watch with an icy expression on her face as people were deprived of life or any limb. Finally Uzumaki sorted out all the foreign bodies in his flesh, but he felt that he had forgotten about something else. Damn it! A piece of Pain's metal pipe is stuck under my heart, he realized, listening to the sensations in his own body and recalling the lessons of anatomy. Your body has not yet recovered from the fight and the fall, Konan said, the kubi sealed in you has restored the internal organs, but, no, that's not the point, Naruto interrupted her. Kurama, can you hear me? Heal me, he said to the demon. But I didn't get an answer. Instant regeneration technique, Naruto whispered, folding several seals. The cursed seal visible on his shoulder in the form of a tattoo in the shape of 3 commas lit up with a red flame and began to spread throughout his body. After a moment, the cursed seal returned to its former state, and Naruto was able to breathe a sigh of relief. A small smoke rose from the places where there had been holes from the chakra receivers until recently. But new flesh and skin grew there. The internal organs restored their normal functioning, and the foreign body under the heart was destroyed. He caught Konan's eye and grinned. "I need clothes." She nodded and took off her newly dressed raincoat, once again finding herself in front of Naruto in her mother's clothes. The blue-haired Akatsuki threw the cloak to Naruto, and he put it on. "And she looks like Sakura in build, only even more magnificent and more beautiful," Naruto thought, but immediately threw these thoughts out of his head. While he was engaged in buttoning clothes, the girl used some kind of technique, and her body was plastered with square pieces of paper, which served as an alternative to clothes. "Run and hide from prying eyes. You are the most wanted nuke in all 5 countries," Konan said. He looked up at her with his sky-blue eyes. "You can run away too. Come with me," the blonde offered. A sad smile appeared on her face. "You sound like he used to. But you can't run away. I will stay and tell you that your body was destroyed by the Nine-Tailed, who got the opportunity to break free. I don't think Akatsuki will be looking for you. But if you show up, be sure that Pain and Madara will find you," the blue-haired girl sighed. "Your choice," the blonde man shrugged, "is a man in a mask. Who is he?" "Uchiha Madara, you know everything perfectly well yourself," she replied. Naruto sighed, having received the expected incorrect answer. "Well, I don't think we'll see each other again. Goodbye, Konan," he muttered and jumped out of the open window without waiting for an answer. A small, forgotten village. It did not belong to any of the 5 great countries. The locals were fenced off from the big world, being on a small mountainous island. They had no time for shinobi wars, because people were fighting not with each other, but with a harsh climate. They fought for life and death, for their existence. Now it was the heat, not the cold, that tormented the blonde. He was in a room where only one lamp was burning, blinking, and where there were no windows, but there were holes in the ceiling, where sunlight penetrated during the day. In front of him was a huge furnace with a hellish flame that tried to break out. Streams of sweat trickled down Uzumaki's face, but he continued to work hard, doing the most terrible thing he had ever done. In front of him, on a huge table, lay the motionless body of a woman, pale because life had long since left him. Naruto, wrinkling his face, felt the handle of some kind of weapon stuck in a log standing near the table and, tearing out a huge, half-rusted from the blood of hundreds of people that had not been washed away in time, swung a cleaver. He struck a powerful blow, and the body lost its arm, which Uzumaki caught in time and immediately threw into the furnace, impatiently hissing with infernal flames. The other first hand was followed by the second, then the legs. Finally, Naruto got rid of the body completely and, casting a glance at the stove, closed the flap, after which he again plunged the cleaver into the log. He sighed heavily and looked at the bloody cutting table, covered with dark cold blood flowing straight down to the floor, which seeped into the cracks between the boards and soaked into the ground. Then, suppressing the surges of irritation and vomiting, he looked at the pile of corpses stacked right on the floor at the opposite wall from the blonde. "These I have yet to butcher and burn," he thought, clenching his bloody fists with such force that his uncut nails dug into his skin with pain. A fly buzzed over a pile of corpses and, sitting on someone's head, began to lay its larvae in the hair. The blonde man spat and, turning away, went to the door, then casually kicked it with his foot and went outside. In the darkness of the night, no one saw how the cremator's body changed. The skin on his back was torn, and wings like a bat were released from there. There was a rustle, and Naruto disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind only a few spots of someone else's blood on the ground. Uzumaki returned to the place where he had been working for the last month, an hour later. It was so nice for him to wash under the cold stream of the waterfall and get rid of the feeling of self-loathing. But as soon as the blonde saw the leaning building, from the chimney of which smoke was still coming, this feeling returned. He hated what he had to do, but there was no other way out. This village needed his help. People often died here. Infection roamed through the village, some fell off the rocks and crashed on the rocks, death took away the elderly, whose hour had already come, and children who had not had time to open their eyes for the first time, too weak for such harsh conditions. Even Naruto, with his extensive knowledge of medicine, could not cure an incomprehensible disease, could not delay the death of those whose time had come, and was unable to save babies whose health left much to be desired already at birth. But the blonde did what he could. He turned the old gatehouse on the highest rock into a crematorium and rid this ruined place of those whose rotting bodies could harm those who were still able to survive. The rocky soil was too hard to arrange a cemetery with graves and bury people properly, burying them in the ground. And it was strictly forbidden to send bodies to free swimming by sea, because it could aggravate the situation, poison all the fish, and deprive the inhabitants of a food source. "This is too much even for you," Kurama's voice sounded in his mind. "I know, but I can't just walk away and leave everything as it is. This terrible place has become my home." Naruto mentally replied, forcing the cursed seal to deactivate. His skin and hair took on their natural colors, and his wings grew into his back. "You can't change anything. It's time to understand this already," Kyuubi exclaimed. "No," Uzumaki whispered, approaching the cliff on which his shelter was located. He looked at the little village spread out below, on the seashore. Only a dozen lanterns illuminated this place. Electricity was tight, so it was used only for lighting, and even then not in every house. A strong wind hit him in the face, quickly ruffling his fairly grown blonde hair. A powerful stream of air carried refreshing water pollen to Naruto, flying into the sky from the waves crashing on the rocks. The refreshing sea breeze breathed new strength into Uzumaki, and his soul, which had been hammered into the farthest corner of his chilled heart, started up. "You don't even know what's going on out there, outside of this garbage island," Kurama objected. Naruto grinned. "What happens there is not my concern yet. I saved humanity from destruction in the eternal genjutsu. You know Toby won't be able to revive Jubi again after what we've done," the blonde muttered, fixing a dreamy gaze on the starry sky, where the shining lights formed familiar and dear images to the blonde. "You are deliberately condemning yourself to unnecessary suffering. This is not life, this is hell. Is this what you dreamed of? Dismember and burn corpses. What about Karin? You were going to find her, remember? I appreciate your concern, Kurama, but this is my business. Here I can atone for my sins by helping these people. And Karin. I can't put her in danger." As soon as he said this, the twinkling lights in the sky began to disappear one by one. Moreover, so quickly that Naruto shuddered. In the darkness, he did not immediately realize that the sky was filled with thick clouds that came from nowhere. Uzumaki stared up in surprise, not understanding what was happening. And just at that moment, there, in the heavenly expanses, bright bluish flashes began to flash, illuminating the smoky contours of black clouds. The blonde had no time to blink, when suddenly a thunderclap roared, laying his ears. And then a huge lightning bolt fell from the sky and hit right into the building behind him. In the next moment, several more bright cracks split the sky and one after another hit down, hitting small houses in which innocent people were. Screams of horror and screams of pain, as well as the fire that broke out in the very next second, made Naruto realize that this was not an accident. "That's it. And you hoped that no one would ever find you." Kyuubi's growl rang out in his head. Naruto didn't answer and only clenched his teeth in rage. Who is capable of such a thing? He asked himself as he activated the second stage of the cursed seal. When the guy regained his wings and soared into the sky, lightning one after another rushed towards him, firing powerful flashes to defeat. Naruto managed to dodge the striking sparkling cracks of lightning, and he hurried to dive down, grabbing a little girl who found herself surrounded by fire. The child screamed incessantly, and when he was picked up by a bat-like creature, he screamed even louder. Uzumaki was not surprised by this reaction. The villagers had never seen him in this guise and believed that Naruto was a simple man, like all of them. The blonde, after giving the screaming girl a few more seconds to enjoy the flight, landed with her in a safe place and immediately got off the ground and headed back towards the village, which was caressed by huge flames. Residents rushed back and forth, unable to escape from the embrace of fire. Some of them had already been consumed not only by fire, but also by madness, and they were rushing around the village, turning into living torches. There was a crash, and Naruto, hanging in the air above the local church, realized that the bell tower was about to collapse and crush a group of survivors hoping to hide in a sacred place. It took him a few seconds to land and put together a combination of seals. Wind element, vacuum shield. The tall tower crashed down and, hitting a translucent barrier, disintegrated into planks that flew off in different directions. The bell, continuing to ring, rolled on the ground, crushing with its huge mass those who were outside Naruto's protective field. "Damn it," Uzumaki growled, deactivating the barrier and leaving people frozen in place from horror, and again soared into the sky, trying to catch up and stop the local relic that became the murder weapon. "Kurama, I need your chakra," he demanded, and the nine-tailed immediately released his energy through his circulation system. Uzumaki habitually winced in pain, feeling two curved horns grow out of the skull, darkened hair becomes 3 times longer, and the muscles in the whole body become strong, like bullet. He landed in front of the rolling bell and stopped it by driving half of it into the ground with a single blow. The skin, which had turned gray and hard as a stone, did not let him feel the pain. He looked down at his palms. The long black claws stopped growing. Everything around turned blood red, either from a bright fire that reached its apogee, or from the fact that Uzumaki's eyes were transformed, becoming a mirror of the soul, the demon. How easy it was to lure you out, Naruto," an easily recognizable voice came from behind. Uzumaki turned around and froze, staring with red inhuman eyes in the direction from which the voice came. Right out of the flames, without paying attention to what was happening around, he appeared. "Uchiha Sasuke. You. This can't be happening," Naruto whispered. "I came for what's inside you, Naruto. Mistakes will have to be paid for. Tobi will be able to revive Jubi if I bring him a 9-tailed one," Uchiha said. "Stop it. Now," Uzumaki ordered, spreading his wings threateningly. A smile appeared on Sasuke's lips. "Aren't you glad to meet an old friend? Let's have some fun, like in the good old days, huh, Naruto?" He directed his gaze at the family fleeing from the house, which had just been attacked by merciless fire, Amaterasu. "No!" Uzumaki shouted, helplessly watching as 3 silhouettes, engulfed in black flames, fell to the ground with terrible inhuman screams, shaking in convulsions. "Oh, it's been so little time, and you've already found new comrades? Well, they will pay for your betrayal." Uchiha grinned, and Naruto noticed that the drawing in his eyes had changed. "I'll show you the power that Itachi bequeathed to me." "Itachi? Is he really dead after all?" Naruto flashed through his head. The image of Sasuke's brother, whom Uzumaki prevented from killing back then, at the Uchiha clan temple, surfaced in my memory. Sasuke and his brother were so weakened that they could not continue the fight, and at this lucky moment a masked man appeared and told Naruto and Sasuke the whole truth about Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's brother was in the hospital for a long time in the Akatsuki shelter. At first it was thought that he had just suffered too much in a fight with Sasuke, and then it turned out that Itachi was suffering from an incurable disease, and he had no longer than a year to live. Uzumaki had that scene before his eyes when he once appeared in Uchiha's chambers to learn more from him about Danzo and his accomplices. Then Itachi entrusted Naruto with his secret, telling him not to tell Sasuke about his terminal illness. "You are the one who replaced Sasuke with me, you are his best friend. Be his support even after my death. Make it so that he no longer has to fight after you take your revenge," Uchiha Sr. whispered then, grabbing Naruto by the sleeve of a black cloak with red clouds on the fabric. And now Uzumaki, seeing a familiar figure dressed in an Akatsuki cloak, standing against a background of fire, remembered that he had not kept his promise. A Mangekyo with a new pattern was burning in Sasuke's eyes. And Naruto, as a ninja medic of the highest level, was able to feel that a completely different chakra emanates from these eyes, even colder than before, and almost as dark as Uzumaki himself in the guise of a demon. "You already guessed, right? These are his eyes," Sasuke said, and two red lights stared at Naruto, in which the abyss of loneliness and hatred boiled. Uzumaki shuddered. His heart stung painfully, as if he had been pierced again by pain's sharp bayonet. "I'm sorry," Uzumaki whispered, realizing that he and no one else was to blame for Sasuke becoming like this. It was he who abandoned him, running away from Akatsuki, Shinobi, and the whole world, saving his own skin. It was he who destroyed the dream to which he and Sasuke were walking, leaning on each other and overcoming all obstacles side by side. It was he who left Sasuke, whom he had always supported before. "Are you asking for forgiveness? For what you did?" Uchiha asked, grinning. He lowered his gaze and looked at the embers smoldering at his feet. "I had no choice. You and I made a serious mistake when we helped Tobi immerse the world in eternal genjutsu. All people were doomed to death, and I was forced to correct what I had done," Naruto said. "I couldn't take you with me and warn you about it. You wouldn't understand. And you probably won't understand now." Uchiha raised his head, and Naruto felt the eyes that looked at him again, in which there was no forgiveness and understanding. "Doomed to death," Sasuke repeated and sharply raised his voice. "It was you who condemned them to death. In the eternal Tsukuyomi, humanity could exist forever. And Itachi could live. And you ruined everything. And took away my brother's chance at life." Sasuke threw off his Akatsuki cloak, throwing it right into the insatiable flame. He remained in black trousers and a gray, unbuttoned sleeveless shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol on the back, showing Sasuke's torso. Then his hand reached for Kusunagi's sword, which Uchiha still carried with him. The blade came out of the scabbard attached to the purple, rope-like belt, almost soundlessly, and the flame burning everywhere was reflected on the clean surface of the metal. "I know only one way to bring Itachi back to life. I'll bring Tobi the Nine-Tailed, and he'll revive Jubi. And then the eternal Tsukuyomi will cover the world again and fulfill the dreams of every person," Uchiha said. "So I have no other choice," Naruto sighed, looking at his great clawed hand. Sasuke grinned. "There is always a choice. Don't repeat your mistakes and give us the nine-tailed one." Uzumaki straightened up, showing Uchiha his torso with mountains of muscles rolling under the gray skin, cubes of hard, like a stone, press. The demon mode, the combined form of the second stage of the cursed seal and the Kyubi chakra, turned him into a perfect murder weapon, something that Naruto hoped to cease to be. "I will make a mistake if I follow you again," Naruto dared to say what he had been thinking about for a very long time and what he had kept in his heart for several years. "Sasuke, you have deprived me of everything. Friends, family, home, hopes for the future. I've only become like this because of you. But now it's not about me alone, but about the whole world. I will not let humanity perish in eternal sleep." Uchiha gritted his teeth. "You speak as if I am truly evil. Look at you. Itachi saved me from what Orochimaru did to us. And you have turned into something even more terrible than I was at the mercy of the cursed seal, he exclaimed and added, narrowing his eyes and looking at Naruto the way the inhabitants of Konoha looked at him many years ago, you are a demon. Naruto flapped his wings. Perhaps you've stopped being the monster that the cursed seal made you. But these eyes are no better. Look what you've done to all these people. Your heart is rotten from the inside out. Enough of the chatter. Let's figure out what should have been finished in the Valley of Completion. Uzumaki touched the seal on his wrist. From a space-time pocket, a weapon appeared in his hands, which replaced Naruto's chain and sword lost in battle by one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. It was a huge two-handed hammer with a long shaft in the form of a human spine and a massive knob weighing almost a dozen kilograms. The blunt end of the knob was square, and some kind of seal was engraved on it. The sharp end had 2 long curved teeth. Sasuke appraisingly looked at the new weapon, not realizing that Naruto had created it himself in the village forge. Uchiha knew that Uzumaki preferred either miniature medical scalpels in battle, which gave an amazing advantage in speed, or heavy weapons that a weak person could not hold in his hands, which gave deadly strength. Naruto did not use a medium-sized weapon, such as a katana or a tanto. Did you get a new toy? Uchiha raised an eyebrow and darted forward, intercepting Kusanagi more comfortably. Naruto did not answer and, swinging for a blow, threw his weapon at Sasuke when he was still at a decent distance. The enemy was clearly not ready for such a course of events and barely managed to jump over the hammer, which crashed into the house and, breaking through several walls, brought it down. Uchiha realized that Naruto was unarmed and rushed forward again, but suddenly a rumble and the familiar howling of the wind were heard from behind. The hammer was flying back, as if someone had thrown it from the opposite side. Sasuke jumped aside, and the weapon returned to Uzumaki's hands. Uchiha rushed forward again, amazed at what he had never seen before in his life. It's probably that seal that makes the hammer come back to the owner. Well, never mind, Naruto. Let's see how you fight at close range. You won't even have time to pick it up before I'll chop you in half. Sasuke thought. The brunette jumped in front of Uzumaki, who did not have time to swing for a new blow, and attacked him with a horizontal chopping blow. Naruto barely managed to substitute the metal shaft of his weapon and thereby parry the blow. Uchiha abruptly turned around and attacked from the other side. Uzumaki didn't have time to defend himself or bounce back. Therefore, Kusanagi's blow landed on his forearm. But, contrary to Sasuke's expectations, his sharpest and most dangerous sword in the world did not cut off his hand, but wounded it, piercing deeply and thoroughly, almost to the bone. Around the wound, black cracks appeared on the skin in all directions, as if Kusanagi had cut through an unknown armor. Naruto let go of the hammer and jumped back, forcing the blade of the sword out of his hand. He flapped his huge wings and soared several meters into the air, flying away to a safe distance from Sasuke. Naruto put his palm to the wound and, wincing from the pain, began to treat it. His palm shone greenish, like all doctors. The wound began to heal slowly, and the cracks disappeared. My skin is not strong enough to withstand the impact of Kusanagi. It's a good thing that Sasuke's sword wasn't impregnated with chakra, otherwise I would have had a bad time, Uzumaki thought. Sasuke looked up at the demon hovering in the sky. You think if I don't have wings anymore, I won't get you? Sasuke grinned and began to fold the seals. He wasn't going to let Naruto finish the treatment. When the combination of movements was completed, Uchiha said, "The element of lightning. Thunder Gate." He raised his sword above him, and a bright lightning flew into the sky from the end of the Kusanagi blade, and then disappeared there, in the still swirling clouds. A deafening roar was heard, and Uzumaki saw new cracks of lightning begin to fall down from the sky. There were so many of them that it made my eyes blink. This technique is even more powerful than Karin. He was horrified. Wind element, vacuum shield. As soon as a translucent circular field appeared around the demon, lightning struck the island at once, killing everyone who was on it, except Sasuke, of course, and spreading everything that survived here into splinters. Several lightning bolts crashed into Naruto's air bubble, and destroyed it. The residual energy of Uzumaki was pressed into the ground and strongly shocked by the current. He couldn't get up right away. If desired, Sasuke could finish him off quickly. But Uchiha preferred to prolong the suffering of his opponent. Do not think that if you are in heaven and I am on earth, then you will be saved from me. On Naruto's body, on his horns, wings, arms and black, like Sasuke's, long hair, electric discharges ran in blue flashes. He shuddered from the discharges and, only when the electricity ran out, was able to stand up, swaying. Sasuke was already right there. At first, Naruto's Kusanagi handle crashed into his solar plexus, and then a hail of blows from Sasuke's fist and legs rained down on him. And at the end of it all, a sword blade pierced his side, on which lightning was running this time. The blade entered the demon's body as easily as a red-hot knife into oil and came out just as quickly. Sasuke knew where to hit, and none of the internal organs were hurt. But Naruto experienced hellish pain. Everything is just beginning, Sasuke whispered promisingly. He prepared to fold the seals and hit Naruto with his fire technique, turning him into a pile of ashes, but he decided to act faster. Snake hand technique. He growled and stretched out his hand towards Uchiha. The whole process of this technique, usually hidden by the user's long sleeve, has now appeared in all its glory. Snakes created from the Uzumaki chakra appeared quickly, growing right out of Naruto's hand, and instantly wrapped around Sasuke, twisting his hands. One snake crawled to the neck, trying to bite and inject the immobilizing poison that Naruto once used on Sakura. But Sasuke knew what was going to happen next, because he knew everything that Naruto had learned from Orochimaru, although he did not use it in practice himself. Chidori Nagashi, he said, and the small lightning that engulfed the Uchiha's body and the space around it instantly killed the snakes, forcing them to fall to the ground. Sasuke bent down to pick up the sword from the ground, but Naruto did not let him do it. He flapped his wings, and Uchiha was thrown back by a powerful gust of wind, slamming into the flaming wall of some house. A scream escaped from the lips of the brunette, because his back was burned with coals, and his shirt was engulfed in fire. Sasuke quickly tore off his shirt, leaving only trousers tied with a belt and sandals. Naruto saw that the skin was bubbling on his opponent's back. An ugly scar will remain for life if Uchiha leaves this island alive. You. Sasuke groaned, wincing from the pain, you made me angry. Naruto stretched out his hand, and in a few seconds there was a hammer in it. Uzumaki threw it at Sasuke while he was unable to continue the fight. The weapon, from which the wind howled, flew into Sasuke and crashed into a purple barrier in the form of a translucent rib box that appeared around the brunette. The hammer flew off to the side, and Naruto did not force him to return to his hand, realizing that this weapon was useless in a fight against Sasuke. Uchiha grinned when he saw that Naruto was preparing a new attack against him. A sphere of chakra appeared in the demon's palm, constantly rotating and greatly increasing in size. Then Uzumaki stretched out his hand in front of him, and it began to lengthen rapidly, heading towards Sasuke. Disgusting. He became like Orochimaru. Uchiha thought, looking at how the ten-lengthened hand was rushing towards him, with a giant Rasengan. Odama Rasengan. The rotating sphere of amazing size crashed into the translucent barrier again and went out. When the hand retracted and took on a natural appearance, Naruto saw that Sasuke was no longer surrounded by a rib box, but by a ghostly huge warrior with yellow eyes and a giant bow in his hands. "Susanoo," Sasuke whispered. "This is bad. None of my attacks will be able to harm him." Naruto flashed through his head. Susanoo pulled the bowstring and took aim. Naruto flapped his wings in time and soared into the air. A huge purple arrow pierced into the place where he had just been standing. Susanoo fired again, but missed again. But this time the projectile flew right over Uzumaki's head, and he was blown by a powerful wind, which caused his long black hair to be disheveled. Sasuke laughed, feeling that now the advantage was on his side. A new trickle of blood rolled down his cheek, and Susanoo changed his shape, becoming even bigger. Now he had an Amaterasu sword in one hand and a huge shield in the other. Moreover, the sword was the same shape as Itachi's when Uchiha fought with him a long time ago. Just not yellow, but black. The flame flowed into the blade directly from the gourd vessel, which was clutched by the ghost warrior's hand. "This is Tatsuka," Sasuke said, confirming all Naruto's guesses, "and the shield of Yata no Kagami, relics owned by Susanoo Itachi. They're mine now." Uzumaki shuddered. He remembered that moment of Itachi's fight with Sasuke, when Orochimaru broke out of the cursed seal of Uchiha Jr. on a huge 8-headed snake. Then Itachi had only one blow to seal Orochimaru and his cursed seal in Tatsuka forever. "You remember that, too, don't you?" Uchiha asked, guessing what Naruto was thinking. "I fought Mitarashi Anko and saved her from the cursed seal. However, along with life. I'm sure it will work with you, too. It's time to rid this world of you and the snake bastard. If he touches me even once with this sword, I will be sucked inside." It flashed through my head, and Naruto flew even higher so that Susanoo wouldn't touch him. "The technique of mass shadow cloning," Naruto said, and 100 of his exact copies appeared in the sky, all in the guise of demons. "You're trying in vain. I'll still take your life, no matter what it costs me," Sasuke grinned. The clones began to dive down and attack Sasuke with Raisengans in their hands, or air techniques. But it was useless. The attacks were absorbed by Susanoo's shield and his armor. And the clones were scattered by sword strikes and huge throwing tomos that Sasuke called Yasaka no Magatama, or the Stone of 8 Slopes. He has become much stronger. And Susanoo controls it much better. Has his new Sharingan made him invincible? Naruto thought, continuing to hang in the air surrounded by several of his clones. While Susanoo Sasuke was fighting off the clones, his master himself was not asleep. He was folding seals. And when he finished, he directed his palm, sparkling with lightning, upwards. "Lightning element, total annihilation." Uchiha shouted, and a blue ray of lightning burst from his palm, expanding a moment later many, many times. Immediately about 20 Naruto clones disappeared in this blinding stream of electricity. "How does he know such techniques?" flashed through my head. And Sasuke, as if reading his thoughts, explained, "I learned a lot from Kakuzu-san during your absence. A new combination of seals and element of fire, the Great Fire Dragon technique." Fiery dragon heads flew into the sky, hitting more and more clones that did not have time to fly off to the sides. "We need to do something about it. From the front, no attack will take it, it will be absorbed by the shield. But if you attack from behind, using the most powerful technique, this should work." Uzumaki thought, continuing to hang in the air and flapping his wings. He increased the pressure from the front, sending about 10 more clones with huge Raisengans in their hands. Sasuke definitely should not have been distracted from them, and he himself swooped behind him like an invisible shadow in the black sky. Naruto didn't need clones to create this technique, because he had already achieved perfect chakra control. The element of wind. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto shouted, throwing the technique at the place where, in his opinion, Susanoo had the weakest point, where the armor was the thinnest. And his plan worked. Susanoo disappeared, and Uchiha was thrown forward by the blast wave, and he, tumbling in the air, flew to God knows where. But Sasuke was not so simple. He landed on his feet and, immediately finding his abuser, rewarded him with a hateful look. Amaterasu! He exclaimed, again throwing out a new batch of bloody tears. Burning alive was the most terrible thing Naruto had experienced in his life. The black flame enveloped his left wing and moved to his arm. Naruto couldn't stand this pain, so heart-rending screams came from his mouth. "Oh, I found the real you," Uchiha rejoiced, watching Naruto fry on a black flame. Uzumaki remembered how Raikage, having got into the same situation, cut off his hand. Then Naruto doubted that he could have done something like that, but now that the flames were crawling over his wing and arm, there was no time to think. His hand lit up, turning into the sharpest chakra scalpel in the world, and then a wing severed at the base and an arm cut off at the elbow fell to the ground. The guy wanted to apply the technique of instant regeneration, but did not have time. Uchiha was right there, and a compressed zipper was grinding in his hand. Chidori. Uzumaki felt his body being pierced through again, and a huge hole formed in his stomach. A new scream burst out of him, and his eyes went dark with lost blood. A few clones floating in the sky scattered. Only a small part of them remained. "Did you say something?" Uchiha asked, whispering it in his ear. He pulled his hand out of the opponent's stomach and, grabbing him with his other hand by the base of the remaining wing, threw him straight through himself in the opposite direction. Uzumaki, leaving a river of blood behind him, flew to the cliff that he and Sasuke had approached during their fight. At the last moment, he tried to catch on with his surviving hand, but his sharp claws only struck the stone, striking a shower of sparks. And then Uzumaki flew screaming down into the depths of the sea. Sasuke looked up to the sky, where all the remaining clones were scattered. "Well, that's it. Overdid it. I needed you alive," he said regretfully, wiping the blood from his torn lip. Uchiha slowly approached the cliff. "Bastard, you got off too easy. It was your fault that the Fourth Shinobi World War began." And when he was about to bend down and look down, a sudden gust of wind blew in his face. Someone's hands caught Sasuke, and he felt that he was rising into the sky. "Like you," he stammered, realizing that Naruto's second arm and missing wing were now in place. But at that moment Naruto let go of his hands, and Sasuke flew down without getting an answer to his question. He, spinning in the air and thoughtlessly waving his arms and legs, flew until he smeared on sharp rocks, on which many inhabitants of the island died. Uzumaki also flew down, trying to slow down his fall with his wings. He succeeded, and Nuknin escaped with only bruises, rolling on a flat stone platform at the other end of the island. As soon as he touched the ground, the wings and horns began to retract, the claws disappeared, and the hair shortened and lightened. The eyes went from blood red to sky blue. The guy rolled over on his back and looked at the sky, covered with clouds, from which the rain began to drip, increasing with every second. Naruto was breathing heavily, feeling that he could leave this world at any moment. His body recovered, but he lost too much blood, and no technique could fully compensate for this. And the downpour intensified, extinguishing the raging fire and mourning the victims of today's disaster. "It was your fault that the Fourth World War of Shinobi began," the words of Naruto's best friend and sworn enemy sounded again in his head. Folding his wings, he swooped down, and spreading them again, landed noiselessly on a sharp peak of the rock, looking down at the bloody, no longer quite whole body of the defeated enemy. Sasuke was lying on his back, blood and part of his internal organs had flowed out of him. All the bones were crushed. The only thing that was not injured was the head, which was lying on a huge cobblestone, as if on a pillow. Sasuke seemed to be asleep. Only Naruto knew that his friend never sleeps with his eyes open. Uzumaki bent over him and saw frozen surprise in his dilated eyes. The blond man reached out to his friend's face with his hand, holding his palm for a second over his still red eyes with an amazing pattern. "I hope you're not going to take his Sharingan for yourself," Kurama growled. Naruto shuddered and, dropping a sad smile, closed Sasuke's eyes and touched his forehead with the tips of 2 fingers, as Itachi did. "No. I'm not like you, Sasuke," Uzumaki decided. "Let many call me the second snake hermit, let many think that I am capable of the same as Orochimaru. No. They are wrong. I've changed." Kyubi, who was spellbound watching all this from the blonde's mind, grinned contentedly and calmed down. The sky cleared up, getting rid of clouds and flashing electricity discharges in them, and the rain stopped dripping. When Naruto pulled away from Sasuke, starlight falls on the face of the dead Uchiha. Some time later, when the sun began to rise on the horizon, Naruto was already standing over Sasuke's body wrapped in a white cloth, lying on a stack of logs and firewood. "This is the last body I'll have to burn," he decided for himself, setting fire to Uchiha's body in wooden logs with a torch, which will destroy his body forever. "Goodbye, friend. I hope you will find peace in another world," Uzumaki said. To give up such power. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with the greatest techniques of the Uchiha clan, ancient Totsuka artifacts and the shield of the 5 elements. "I'm proud of you, Naruto," the 9-tailed fox muttered. "I know what I'm giving up, Kurama. Let me not get these eyes, but neither will the man in the mask. I will make sure that Sasuke's body disappears with all the powers hidden in it," Naruto sighed, "even if there are no ashes left. Only then will I be calm." Kurama grinned. "You're more careful than ever, Naruto," the fox remarked. "You heard what Sasuke said. I, without knowing it, unleashed the 4th World War. And this is another mistake that I have to fix." "I don't want to make new mistakes," Uzumaki replied. Nuke-Nin looked thoughtfully into the bright flames that quickly engulfed the logs and Sasuke's body. "You didn't make a mistake by letting Sasuke die. And you weren't wrong to give up his power. To be honest, I was afraid of this day. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to resist." Kurama's growl came from the cage. "What are you talking about? Do you know who I hate the most in the world? This is Uchiha Madara. The masked man is only a pitiful shadow of him. The real Madara was much stronger and smarter. He was willing to do anything to achieve his goal, and I became a weapon in his hands. In your place, Madara would have taken Sasuke's eyes and saved them as a trump card," Kyubi explained. "I am not Madara," Naruto rudely interrupted him, "and the masked man is not Madara. And I'm going to prove it." With these words, Naruto turned his back to the blazing fire, in which it was already impossible to see the body of the brunette. "Give me some of your chakra, Kurama. It's time to leave this cursed place. Let's see what Sasuke meant by the 4th World War. This place is stained with the blood of many shinobi today." The grass turned red. Lifeless bodies of people of all ages and nationalities were lying here and there. They all died defending each other. The forest on the outskirts of the Land of Fire became a battlefield between the combined forces of shinobi and countless creatures of white matter, on whose side there were also immortal warriors brought back to life by the technique of universal resurrection. What a disappointment! You've dealt with the dead, but you can't cope with the living, a man in a black raincoat, whose fabric was dotted with patterns in the form of red clouds, said. He had dark skin, reminiscent of the earth in its shade. His eyes were bright green and twinkled in the sunlight. Kakuzu, who was standing behind the ranks of the white Zetsu, directed a contemptuous glance at the much battered and downsized squad of the Shinobi Alliance, headed by none other than Hatake Kakashi. "Come on, attack, copy ninja," he said with a haughty grin on his lips. "Painted animals!" the pale guy exclaimed, drawing animated drawings on a hastily opened scroll. 3 monsters, torn from the paper, rushed to Akatsuki, jumping over the crowd of white Zetsu. But they never reached Kakuzu. He folded several seals and pointed his hand at the painted beasts. Lightning element, thunderclap. From his palm, a writhing lightning burst out, which, crashing into the ground, covered all 3 creatures with an electric field. Electrical discharges flashed, and small lightning bolts dancing on each of the creatures turned the animated drawings into blotches on the ground. "Sai, save your strength, you've already done your best today," Hatake ordered, turning over his shoulder. Sweat trickled down the pale guy's face. For today, he has exhausted almost his entire supply of chakra, working together with the sealing group. With the help of Anbu root techniques, Sai was able to seal Haku and Zabuza, Bakura from Suna and 2 more mist swordsmen. The rest were neutralized by Shinobi Sunagakure, who know a lot about such jutsu. Hurricane Konoha. A green silhouette flashed past Kakashi. The copying ninja himself was blown by a strong wind, and then Rock Lee, who was right behind Kakuzu, struck his crown blow. However, Kakuzu's reaction allowed him to parry the attack with his petrified hand. The next moment, Lee was sent flying by a stone slab that moved out of the ground. Several more shinobi, who made their way through the ranks of white creatures, climbed on Kakuzu with kunai, but he only put his hands in front of him. His palms detached from his hands, connecting with them with strange black threads or ropes, and rushed forward, grabbing enemies by the necks and instantly killing them with a stone grip. "It's no use, you can't handle him," Kakashi shouted, snatching the decapitator sword attached to his back, taken from Zabuza in battle. He rushed forward, cutting the white Zetsu with a huge sword, and, catching up with Kakuzu, struck a strong cutting blow that was supposed to cut the enemy in 2 halves. However, Akatsuki turned into a puddle of water and grew in another place, a few meters further away, and then began to fold the seals. Element of fire, crushing skulls. The villain muttered, exhaling a fiery stream from his mouth, which rushed to Kakashi on the ground, setting fire to everything that he would meet on his way. Kakuzu spared neither the shinobi who were hit, nor the white Zetsu. The element of water, Kakashi wanted to say, jumping into the air, but Kakuzu's hand, separated from his body, was imprinted on his stomach. The petrified limb, like a heavy stone, struck Hatake, almost piercing him through. The copying ninja Kyuber flew in the opposite direction from the Akatsuki, miraculously not crashing into the trunks of trees, along which the flames were already beginning to rise. Kakuzu's cloak stirred, and a black mass flowed out from under it, which in the next moment took the form of a large creature with arms and legs and a mask instead of a face. Kakuzu, returning his hand to its place, began to put together new movements. Wind element, Atsugai. He pronounced the name of the deadly technique. The creature spat out a small air sphere from the mouth of the mask, which, crashing into the flaming ground, exploded with a powerful gust of wind, which became even more dangerous from the fire. The pressure of the wind chakra in the epicenter of the technique was such that the white Zetsu and shinobi were torn into small pieces. The rest were thrown in different directions by the blast wave, burning with hot flames. In the middle of the once dense beautiful forest, a crater was formed, along the edges of which trees, grass and bushes were smoking or burning. Hatake struggled to his feet. On the one hand, Sai jumped up to him, on the other, Rock Lee, who returned to the battlefield. "What is it, Kakashi-sensei?" Lee stammered in surprise, contemplating the consequences of the most powerful wind element technique that he had ever seen in his life. "The same as the last time we met." As Shikamaru correctly guessed, this type uses all 5 elements because he has 5 hearts. He is able to detach his limbs and hearts from the body, allowing them to act independently. Kakuzu is very dangerous because he skillfully combines techniques, which makes them even more powerful. "How do we defeat him?" Sai asked calmly, without expressing any emotions. "I'm afraid we'll have to destroy all his hearts," Hatake replied. "Last time I managed to deprive him of 2 hearts, but apparently he has already replenished his reserves." Kakashi blinked. The pattern in his red eye has changed. Instead of 3 tomos, an unusual 3-pointed figure appeared there. "I will transfer him to another dimension, it will solve all our problems," he said. Lee looked at Jonin with concern. "But then you won't be able to continue the fight. What if reinforcements come?" "He's right. Mangekyo Sharingan will instantly tire you and deprive you of almost the entire chakra. We have to come up with another plan," Sai supported the thick-browed guy. Hatake sighed heavily, watching the surviving shinobi rise again and, ignoring the heavy wounds, continue to destroy the white Zetsu, which, it would seem, had no end. "No, this is the only way," Kakashi whispered, concentrating on Kakuzu, who meanwhile was tearing the shinobi he had caught to pieces. Suddenly, a whistling sound was heard from somewhere above, as if something was falling from the sky with great speed. Distracted from Kakuzu, Kakashi and his subordinates looked up in amazement and saw that something was rushing from above directly into the Akatsuki. Kakuzu also heard this strange sound and turned to him, but it was too late. Something, or rather, someone crashed into him with great force, holding out a hand with a bluish sphere swirling in it, and then thrusting a second hand with the same rotating ball into him. Rasengan. Hatake heard, and then abruptly shuddered from the deafening roar. The ground where Kakuzu was standing split, and deep cracks went in all directions along it. When the dust cloud cleared, everyone saw a blue-eyed blonde man with familiar stripes on his cheeks, dressed in black trousers, a t-shirt and a green military vest, probably taken from some corpse. Uzumaki pulled his hands out of Kakuzu's body and, straightening up to his full height, turned to Hatake, who was looking at him with horror and amazement. The blonde, falling from the sky with a Rasengan in each hand, made 2 holes in Kakuzu's body with one blow, destroying 4 masks that Akatsuki wore under his cloak, as well as all internal organs that met with Rasengans. "Naruto?" Rock Lee said, recognizing the blonde man not immediately. Sai, recognizing in Uzumaki the man who once almost took his life, reached for the scroll with his brush, dipping it in ink. But Kakashi suddenly stopped him with a hand gesture, not taking his eyes off the hero who appeared on the battlefield, or a new villain. Naruto relaxed early and enjoyed the looks that the ninjas of all the villages gave him, who were aware of the most wanted nuke nin in the world. Suspicious sounds from behind made him turn around. The black creature, which he had completely forgotten about, opened its mouth. "Wind element, Atsugai." Kakuzu's voice came from under the huge mask. Naruto guessed that this was the same technique that smashed the floor of the forest into splinters and created a crater in the ground and, without hesitation, bit his finger. "Summoning technique, Rashomen's Gate," he said. The ground cracked again, and Naruto was blocked from the enemy's attack by a huge muzzle depicted on a structure that moved right out of the ground. All shinobi within a kilometer radius covered their ears from the unbearable ringing that resounded through the forest, and an air bomb hit an almost impenetrable gate made of a special metal. The blast wave reflected from the sparkling gate, which never overcame them, headed towards the black-masked creature, wiping it into powder and thereby destroying the last piece of what was once the great and terrible Kakuzu from Akatsuki. "I don't want to fight you," the blonde man muttered. "I came to fix what I did once." The blonde man gathered the eyes of everyone present. Shinobi of all nations drilled a blonde man dressed in black trousers and a raincoat on a naked body. The short-sleeved raincoat that Naruto once preferred, only this time in black, showed Uzumaki's relief torso, covered with various scars that he managed to get during his exile. In the area of the back in the raincoat there were 2 large holes through which Naruto's shoulder blades could be seen. "I can't decide for everyone whether to forgive you or tie you up and send you to headquarters," Hatake muttered, "but I don't intend to shed extra blood either." Naruto nodded. Who, if not him, now understands that Hatake is trying to maintain neutrality? As a squad leader, Kakashi had to take care of the feelings of his soldiers. The blonde felt the hateful glances of Shinobi Iwagakure and Kumogakure. After all, once upon a time it was Naruto who had a hand in the murder of Tsuchikage and Reikage, for which, probably, he will pay all his life. Uzumaki could have sworn that a smile flashed under Kakashi's mask. But he wasn't sure if it really happened, or if it was his soul, longing for forgiveness and redemption of sins, so desperately pulling at the last straw and causing the hallucinations desired by the heart. The blonde decided not to attach any importance to this, so he asked, "I can prove that I am on your side," he exclaimed. Jonin nodded. "Then help us win this war." The blonde didn't need more. "I'll do it. Because that's my ninja way," he whispered so that only a few could hear him. Lee and Kakashi, whose ears still reached these words, watched with wide-open eyes as Naruto turned his back on them. Webbed bat-like wings appeared from the holes in his cloak, and then the blonde man kicked off the ground with his feet and soared into the air. All the way to the next destination, the blonde was in gloomy thoughts. He flew, skirting the gray, faceless clouds, and thought. Will he be accepted back into society after what he has done? Or is it not? Why do I need society? I'm used to being alone in the dungeon at Orochimaru, on the island. Naruto shuddered when he remembered how he dismembered and burned the corpses of the inhabitants of the island, where the epidemic was roaming. Believing that this, though not very noble, but useful activity would help him atone for his guilt, Naruto was engaged in something that killed him even more from the inside. But in the end he could not help those people. They all died because of him. If he had surrendered to Sasuke in time, none of this would have happened. Uzumaki saw sandy plains with rare sandstone rocks below. A huge number of small dots at the bottom, similar to ants, as well as a high concentration of chakra in the air, suggested that this is one of the centers of a tough fight against the army of the masked man. I don't need anyone. Only Karin is needed. The blonde man thought, but for some reason the first image that appeared in his head was not a red-haired girl, but Konan, pulling off her Akatsuki robe. Uzumaki decided to return to reasoning later. Now it was necessary to focus on the present moment. Diving down, Naruto touched the seal on his wrist. With a soft pop, the Kusanagi sword appeared in his hand, which the blonde appropriated to himself in memory of a lost friend. Uzumaki immediately mapped out a place for himself to land. Between a bright blue sparkling dot and a huge gathering of colorful silhouettes, it looks like the army of the Shinobi Alliance. Shinobi with the earth element, provide us with protection. Everyone else, prepare the remaining edged weapons. My wind element techniques don't work on it. It's not enough to beat him. The blonde heard a familiar voice. The blonde with the fan cast a heavy glance at the exhausted army. Is there another shinobi with the element of wind here? What is it? She asked. There is one, Uzumaki grinned, landing right behind her. From surprise, Temari turned sharply and attacked the alien with a fan folded into a stick. He did not lose his head and parried the attack with Kusunagi's scabbard. Their eyes met. Her, hot and hating. His, cold and indifferent to what she would say now. Uzumaki himself understood that a meeting with such a nature as Temari, especially in war, would not end well. "You," she hissed like a cat, narrowing her eyes, "how dare you come here after what you did to all of us?" Uzumaki tried to come up with a plan to get her to move away as soon as possible and let him finish the fight for the Alliance army. A brilliant idea struck him. And then Naruto shamelessly pressed his lips to Temari's lips. "You're still as good as when we last met, beautiful," he said. "What do you allow yourself?" The girl recoiled as if scalded. No one from the United Army dared to say a word. "And now that everyone has come to their senses, let's focus on the enemy," Naruto said coolly, licking his lips. He turned to the opponent, who was patiently standing and looking at the holes in his cloak, or was closely watching the scene played out by Naruto. "Who is our enemy?" the blond man asked, examining his opponent. Tall, muscular, dark-skinned, with a scar on his chest. The hair and facial hair are white. The man was enveloped in an armor of sparkling lightning. The whites of the eyes were dark, which could not be human. There were small cracks on the face and all over the body, as if the human skin was an eggshell, on which one careful weak blow was struck. Naruto never received an answer. Therefore, after analyzing all the data obtained, I came to the conclusion myself. Is it really Reikage himself? He licked his lips, slowly drawing his sword. The blonde decided to use both the scabbard and the blade itself. For defense and for attack. The man frowned. "The third Reikage," he boomed, "out of the way, puppy. There is not a single person among all of you who could defeat me." Now it was Naruto's turn to be indignant. "You underestimate me. I'm the one who killed your son." It was not difficult. For a second, the Reikage froze. And then one sharp movement, and Uzumaki felt a sharp pain spreading throughout his body. The third man's hand sank into his stomach, sprinkling the sand on which they were standing with blood. "I know your face. The son of the fourth Hokage? Let these words be your last words," he heard the man's voice as he fell on the heated sand. Everything swam before my eyes. And the body was still shuddering with pain and electric discharge. "You are very unlucky today. This guy was able to piss me off. So, now I won't hold back, even if I wanted to before," the third Reikage said, moving threateningly towards the shinobi. They did not come up with anything better than to create a huge stone wall by joint efforts. Idiots, Naruto thought, lightning is stronger than the earth. And to confirm his thoughts, one blow from an enraged Reikage was enough to smash the wall into pebbles. But then a surprise was waiting for both Naruto and the former head of Kumogakure. A rubber wall blocking the path. She withstood the first blow of her fist. Waves went over the barrier, like jelly, on which to lightly knock on top with a spoon or fork. While Reikage was busy with a new obstacle, Uzumaki concentrated. The cursed seal of Orochimaru spread over his skin with tattoos, and then the wound began to heal quickly. Uzumaki gritted his teeth from the unpleasant burning sensation when he had to grow new flesh and a couple of internal organs. Uzumaki raised his sword and, slowly and silently stepping, crept up from behind. When Reikage saw a shadow crawling from Naruto, he turned around sharply. And just at that moment Uzumaki sent Kusanagi straight to the enemy right in the heart, having previously soaked the blade with the chakra of the wind element. To Uzumaki's surprise, this did not give any results. And Reikage also hit him with his fist once more. This time in the face. The blonde was lucky with a successful outcome, because he spat out only 3 or 4 teeth, which he later decided to restore in the usual way. But the electric charge received from the blow cheered up Uzumaki, and new ideas came to Naruto's head. He jumped back and sheathed his kusanagi and put his hand on the hilt. As we well remember, Sasuke excellently knew how to pass the chakra of the lightning element through the sword. Naruto learned the same thing, only with the help of the wind element chakra. When Uzumaki grabbed the hilt and released the sword with a sharp movement, a translucent arc of sharp air rushed forward with lightning speed. But the Raikage remained standing in place, like a tank not afraid of any damage. The arc that crashed into the enemy did not cause him any injuries. But the part of the equipment that hit the rubber wall cut it like paper. When the fence fell, the shinobi hiding behind it noted with surprise that Naruto was still alive. The blonde man deftly made the sword evaporate and, folding the seals, said, "The element of wind, vacuum bullets." And Raikage did not shy away. He went forward like a Terminator, and all the shells spat out by Naruto hit him. But, again, they did not cause any harm. Unbelievable. Are you an exception to the "wind is stronger than lightning" rule? Have you ever heard anything about the relationship of the elements of the chakra? Uzumaki muttered, licking his lips. He knew a lot about the third Raikage, but he could never even imagine such a thing. "This rule does not apply to me," he replied. "I have overcome the stupid laws of the chakra. My art is above these rules." The combination of lightning-fast melee strikes almost caught Naruto off guard. But Orochimaru's training made itself felt, and besides, Naruto was not going to miss a blow for the third time. Therefore, he managed to dodge every attack. At least once Raikage's fist whistled just a millimeter from his nose. Now it's Naruto's turn to attack. The first combination of 5 blows on the stomach, the second on the back, Uzumaki managed to deftly jump over the bully with a spectacular somersault and continue the desperate offensive. But it had no effect. Dodging a series of enemy attacks in turn, Naruto went on the offensive again. This time, through each of his blows, he released the chakra of the wind element, forming it in the shape of a blade. "Kurama, I need your help." Naruto addressed the beast inside, and he willingly shared the chakra. In the next moment, Naruto was surrounded by a translucent bubbling orange shroud of chakra, and 2 tails formed behind his back. "So you're a demon?" Raikage grinned. Now it's clear why he's so tenacious. Distracted by this phrase, Naruto almost missed the blow. Ducking under the arm of the third Raikage, the guy began to hammer his side with quick fist blows. Finally, what the blonde wanted happened. His hand, breaking through the protection of the Raikage, entered exactly into the heart. The opponent froze, and the shell of lightning evaporated. "How did you manage it?" he croaked. "It's simple. As a Susanoo technique, your armor can't be an absolute defense. If you constantly hit one point at the fastest possible speed, the armor will not have time to regenerate, and then sooner or later it will be possible to break through," explained Naruto. "With my knowledge of medical jutsu on controlling the shape of the chakra and with the help of the kurama chakra, there was nothing difficult about it. I just had to think." Raikage remained silent. "I'm afraid no one else would have thought of that. It's like chopping a log with an axe. If the log is large, it is difficult to split it with one blow. When the axe gets stuck in a log, it takes a couple more blows to split it. But if you pull the axe out of the crack and hit it in the wrong place, it will take much longer to cut down. Your armor is built on the same principle." Uzumaki continued. "I see," the man muttered. "I underestimated you, and it was my mistake. Well, there are still worthy titles of the strongest shinobi in this world." Though rotten in soul, Uzumaki shuddered. The world of shinobi is an eternal war. This cannot be changed. I won't forgive you for my son's death, but I won't blame you for it either. Reikage said. He pulled his arm out of the enemy's body. That's enough, Naruto assured him. I'm glad I fought such a worthy opponent. Reikage remained silent. Until the little pieces of paper completely restored his body, the sealing squad, not believing in their luck, rushed forward. Soon, Reikage's body was safely sealed. And then Uzumaki was able to breathe easy. You don't have to thank me. I didn't do it for you. And to save the world that I once destroyed, he said, adjusting the collar of his cloak. Temari gave him a hateful look. The next moment Uzumaki realized that he was in a rubber ball, which caught him in a trap in 2 seconds. He only managed to hear a man's voice, the element of lava, a rubber ball. The blonde wanted to break out, because with his abilities it would not be difficult, but changed his mind. Naruto Uzumaki. You are accused of multiple murders, betrayal of your native village, rape, robbery and destruction of the state property of the Iron Country, and you are equated with an S-class criminal. The First Order of the United Shinobi Forces Alliance was to capture you and bring you to headquarters. The blonde man grinned. Are you taking me to the headquarters yourself? And what if I want to encroach on Kage again? Is that wise? He asked from inside. Only Reikage and Hokage are present at the headquarters. The rest are fighting on the battlefield. Since you have decided to help us, I think your plans have changed, and you will no longer commit rash actions, they answered him. You're thinking very well, Uzumaki praised his invisible interlocutor. May I ask who I'm talking to? Dodai. From a hidden cloud. The man was silent for a moment. And then he turned to the others. I just received a message from headquarters. Temari, lead a squad to help Kazekage and Tsuchikage. And I will personally deliver Naruto Uzumaki to the headquarters. There is. Temari exclaimed and commanded. Everyone follow me. The sound of human feet was heard, and then everything went quiet. Naruto couldn't imagine how this Dodai would deliver him to the headquarters. Don't roll the same. Not feeling any influence from outside, Uzumaki lost interest in this issue. The guy, with the permission of his escort, made several holes in the balloon for air intake and, leaning back on the soft elastic surface, dozed off. Uzumaki woke up because he was forcibly removed from the soft environment of the rubber ball and sent to kiss the cold dirty floor of some damp room with a rough throw. Naruto heard a creak, which immediately told him that he was being locked in a cage, and the voices of shinobi, among whom the guy Dodai was no longer familiar. There was an unpleasant chill on his wrists from the chakra-absorbing handcuffs, which it is unknown when they managed to put on him. It was a dark, damp room with a single window through which dim rays penetrated. Getting used to the darkness, Naruto turned his gaze to the corner of the room, where a rustle was heard. You? That's a twist. The blonde man whispered, and genuine surprise appeared on his face. Naruto winced from the indignation overflowing him after not the softest landing with his face on the floor. Chakra-absorbing handcuffs were put on his wrists, which added unpleasant sensations and reasons for concern to the blonde. The shinobi of the Alliance don't trust me. Well, they're right. This is an insignificant trifle compared to what I've been through lately. He reassured himself. Getting used to the darkness, Naruto turned his gaze to the corner of the room, where a rustle was heard. A shadow flickered in the darkness. Then the cellmate stepped out of the dark curtain, and a beam of light from one of the dim old lamps hit him in the face. The blonde saw, You? This can't be happening. The blonde man whispered, and genuine surprise appeared on his face. A red-haired girl, emerging from the darkness, rushed at him, and before he could utter her name, she bit into his lips with her own lips. Karin, he whispered, feeling the tears flowing down her cheeks, falling on his chest. I thought you were dead. There were rumors that you became one of Pain's bodies, that you were devoured by the Nine-Tailed, that you were torn apart by Akatsuki. Why couldn't you at least give me a hint that you were alive? She was saying. She talked and couldn't stop. He touched her cheek with his palm. It was impossible. I didn't know where you were, and I had to hide myself. The whole world was hunting for me. The girl pressed closer, and the guy felt her accelerated heartbeat. Why are you here? They found me and were going to hold me hostage. It was a trap for you, the girl explained. The guy gritted his teeth. Damn Akatsuki, damn Alliance. Both cannot play by the rules. The whole world has gone crazy. He thought. The guy saw that the girl was wearing old, shabby, in some places leaky clothes. Apparently, the guards treated her inhumanly. He felt that Karen's body was shaking violently, and decided to act. The blonde man pushed Karen away from him and tried to remove the chakra-absorbing handcuffs. The girl watched his movements, flinching every time the guy moaned slightly in pain. In the end, the guy, without hesitation, dislocated his thumb and pulled the handcuff off one hand, tearing off his skin. He only winced slightly, returning his finger to its proper place, then took off his black cloak and wrapped Karen in it. She seems to have warmed up a little. Judging by her erratic breathing, pale skin, and bruises under her eyes, she had been freezing here for quite a long time. Even sometimes she could not fall asleep. How long have you been here? He asked. 2 weeks, she whispered, warming her hands while Naruto got rid of the second handcuff and regained the ability to use the chakra. The blonde gently turned her chin to him and covered her lips with his lips. The two Uzumaki merged again in a kiss, not so passionate, but much longer and more tender. I'm sorry, it's my fault, Uzumaki said. When his fingers touched the girl's wrists, which were similarly handcuffed, she stopped him. Wait, don't take them off, she said softly. Catching the blonde man's uncomprehending gaze, Karen smiled. Take me. Just like that, the girl asked. Uzumaki grinned. Karen, I found the time, he muttered, however, catching her gaze asking for intimacy. He could not resist and gladly obeyed. The blonde deliberately slowly, enjoying the moment, relieves Karen of trousers and underwear, then with a careful movement unzips the jacket, which could not be completely removed because of the handcuffs. Uzumaki looked questioningly into the girl's eyes, twinkling in the semi-darkness, then pressed his lips to her delicate pale skin and began to shower short kisses on her flat stomach, gradually sinking lower and lower. The girl arches with pleasure, and her every loud, confused sigh echoes through the prison cell. Unconsciously squeezes the blonde's head between her legs, completely surrendering to pleasant sensations that take her and him away from the cruel reality. Finally, the guy pulls away and, smiling, licks his wet lips. The girl pulls him to her, and their tongues intertwine in a passionate dance of love. The guy gently bites her lower lip, and the girl's chakra, driven by her love and not restrained by handcuffs that blocked the possibility of using techniques, penetrates into him, healing wounds on her wrists. The red-haired Uzumaki pushes the guy back, and he shudders, acutely feeling the cold floor with his bare back. She, just like him, begins to kiss his chest, stomach, then quickly and impatiently unbuckles the belt, then the zipper, and pulls off his trousers. The guy enjoys admiring her, so passionate and detached from reality. The girl, continuing to undress him, does not control herself. Her young breasts rise and fall unnaturally fast. Karen is breathing fast and intermittently. Finally, she sits on top, and he feels her hot body. One movement, and they, as once upon a time, become one. The pace of their movements is slow, like drops periodically falling from the ceiling and breaking on the floor, then, fast, like fingers impatiently drumming on the table. The guy decides to change his position and pushes the girl to the cold floor, forcing her to kneel with her back to him. Goosebumps run down her back from the cold and the desire to continue what she started. From careless movement, the handcuffs that bind the hands and add piquancy to this moment, strike the floor. From this, the blonde loses his composure and rushes at Karin, trying to catch up for the long days and weeks of their separation. Rhythmic sighs resound in the cell. Now she is his prisoner, and he is her warden. Finally, both begin to breathe more often, approaching the very moment that they tried to postpone at the last moment. That's it. She, with a long moan, he, with a disappointed sigh, relax. The next day, the iron door creaked open. The two shinobi who came for the prisoner froze in surprise with their mouths open. What was going on inside could not but shock people unprepared for this. The fact is that the camera now had not 4 walls, but 3. In place of the 4th was a huge hole through which the rays of the morning sun shone generously. The blond man, dressed only in trousers, was half sitting, leaning his bare back against the wall. Strangely enough, he was wearing chakra-absorbing handcuffs. "Naruto Uzumaki?" one of the shinobi asked, breaking the awkward silence. "Oh, hi guys," the blonde muttered with some disappointment in his voice. "It became too stuffy and dark for me here, and I decided to make a small window." For 10 seconds, the guards tried to digest this phrase, trying to figure out whether it was a joke or not. They forgot about the prisoner who was in this cell a week ago. "Get up, you are allowed to talk to the command," said the second shinobi guard. Uzumaki obediently stood up and, turning back to the missing wall for the last time, walked with 2 ninjas from the prison block. Once in the hall, the guy was surprised to find many familiar faces. At a huge table sat Shikaku Nara, just like Shikamaru, only older and with battle scars on his face. He was busy with some papers. At the wall, connected to some kind of apparatus along with other ninjas, was Yamanaka Inoichi, with whom Uzumaki did not communicate, but whom he knew by sight. In the center of the hall, around a huge water sphere, people were seated, among whom was a man named Ao, Mizuki's bodyguard, familiar from the time of the 5 Kage meeting. "You!" exclaimed the latter, staring at the appearance of Nuke Nin, accompanied by 2 guards. "And here is our criminal." Shikaku muttered, looking up from his work. The blond man grinned. "You can call me whatever you want. But if you want to win my favor, I prefer a first or last name," he grumbled. Shikaku gave him an appraising look and nodded to the guards to remove the handcuffs. "Why would I seek your favor? Everything should be exactly the opposite," Nara said. "Is that so?" A smile appeared on the blonde's face. "I thought I had already done it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the handcuffs off me." Shikaku nodded. "Indeed. Well, I thought you wanted to talk about something." Uzumaki sighed. "I'd rather not talk to you, but to the Hokage. But since you are acting as the commander of the staff now, let's talk," he said. "All the Kage went to the front, so you'll have to be content with me," Shikamaru's father explained, motioning Naruto to sit on a chair opposite the table. Uzumaki did not wander around and sat down, after which he looked the interlocutor in the eyes. "It is worth noting that after you helped Kakashi and Temari, the balance of forces on the battlefield returned to normal. The morale of the troops has grown. And it's all thanks to you," Shikaku said. "But don't think that for this you will get away with all that you have done," Inoichi suddenly declared, without removing the strange helmet-shaped device from his head. "Of course," Naruto grinned. "What are your goals?" Shikaku asked. "My goals? Fix what I've done, Uzumaki replied without thinking. Really? Ino's father chimed in again. Inoichi, don't get distracted. Losing patience, Shikaku turned to his friend. I don't mean that I want to get forgiveness, Naruto explained. It is important to me that the masked man and everyone who stands on his side cease to exist. Shikaku scratched his chin with his thumb. It turns out interesting. First you help Akatsuki, and then you rebel against them? Why would I? He remarked. The Eye of the Moon plan. At first I thought it was the perfect solution to all the problems. The masked man thought that by plunging the world into eternal Tsukuyomi, he would create a utopian society. Shikaku gritted his teeth. The Eye of the Moon? What is it? He asked. You can guess what I'm talking about. Not so long ago, the whole world was turned off, put on pause. Everyone fell asleep, immersed in their most intimate dreams. Uzumaki grinned. Yes, it was a wonderful time. And then it all stopped. I remember. Everyone remembers, but they try not to remember. I stopped it, Naruto said. I destroyed the illusion from the inside, because I realized that it was unreal, and if this continues, in real time, outside of Genjutsu, the world will cease to exist. All people will starve to death, and if Tsukuyomi solves this problem, from old age, there will be no new generation, and humanity will disappear. And when the masked man dies himself, the illusion will be erased. But there will be no one to watch what a lifeless desert the world has turned into. Shikaku measured Naruto with a thoughtful look. So it was you? Well, having freed ourselves from Genjutsu, we also understood a lot. It was good for everyone to live in an illusion, but when everyone woke up, they realized that stopping life had consequences. Indeed, everyone really wanted to eat, drink and sleep. Many could not recover for a long time. If Genjutsu wasn't stopped, everyone would have died. That's why we started a war with Uchiha Madara so that this would not happen again. Naruto sighed heavily. This is not Uchiha Madara, the masked man is only hiding behind this name, he muttered. Shikaku leaned back in his chair. What makes you think that? Suddenly, everyone in the headquarters turned to the huge water sphere. It rippled. Ayo, what is it? Shikaku almost shouted. Tenra, Habura, did you feel it too? Inoichi asked his sensor partners. What's going on? Naruto asked. Anxiety settled in his heart. Konoha was attacked. Exclaimed Ao. A strong surge of chakra. So many lives were cut short in one moment, what? Nara jumped up from his seat, not believing his ears. But there was no fighting near Konoha. Someone exclaimed. In Konoha, the entire civilian population of the 5 great countries. Someone else added. The entire civilian population? Naruto was horrified. Yes, when the war started, people from different countries who were not involved in the war were sent to Konoha. At least, most of them. It was believed that it was safe there, because the village is guarded, and we make sure that no one gets close to it, Nara replied. We deliberately threw all the enemy's forces further away from the village so that no one could get to it. How could this happen? Uzumaki swallowed. It's very bad. I can guess who it could be. Naruto said. Who is capable of this? Ao asked. He calls himself Pain. The one who was once mistakenly considered the leader of the Akatsuki. One of the few surviving members of this organization. Pain? Shikaku asked. Yes, a man whose strength is comparable to that of a god. At least, that's the impression I got about him while I was a member of the Akatsuki. Uzumaki sighed. Ao, are there any survivors in the village? Shikaku turned to the censor. Yes, and quite a lot, he replied. It won't be for long, the blonde whispered, driving everyone present into horror. Is there a shinobi in the village? There are almost no shinobi left there, mostly civilians, Ao replied. Too bad, they can't handle him. And they won't be able to detain much. I have wings, I could fly to Konoha, but I'm afraid it will take too long. Do you have a way to move me there quickly? Uzumaki asked. Mabui. Shikaku turned to his dark-skinned secretary from Kumogakure. You know the teleportation technique. The girl, frozen with horror from the recent news, shuddered when her name was called. Yes, but it is not designed for people. I can move inanimate objects. And for a person it would be suicide. The only survivor of such a teleportation was the third Raikage. That grandfather I defeated before I got here. Naruto flashed through his head. He had a strong body. Perhaps his son, the fourth, could have endured the transfer, but he, too, is no longer alive. Naruto grinned. Take me to Konoha, he demanded, abruptly getting up from his chair. What? This is crazy. She objected. No, it's a necessity. I don't think anyone will feel sorry if I'm suddenly gone, the blonde replied. You're going to be torn apart. Mabui exclaimed. I have a technique that will help me survive. I can handle it. Naruto said confidently. Shikaku and everyone present, shocked by the determination of the one who was considered an enemy, looked at Naruto with their mouths open. Mabui. Prepare everything you need for teleportation. The commander of the staff ordered. There is. After a pause, she replied and disappeared. Shikaku turned to the blonde man. Naruto, now you are our only hope. One large crater remained of the village, filled with flattened debris that had once been houses. It's scary to imagine how many people were buried in an instant under tons of material that turned into garbage. Here and there lay the bodies of the lucky ones, who were given a chance by fate to look at the sun for the last time in their lives before they died, or parts of their bodies. Only a few residents and guests of the once majestic Konoha managed to escape. The survivors were mainly those who were on the perimeter of the village, in its outskirts. The ninja medics who fearlessly descended into the crater to help the survivors ignored the black-cloaked figure hovering high in the sky above the ruins of the Hidden Leaf village. Among these ninjas was a girl with pink loose shoulder-length hair and green eyes, dressed in black shorts and a t-shirt, under which a rounded tummy tried to hide. She, ignoring her friend's shouts, ran as fast as she could to where the screams and moans came from. Sakura, no. You can't, the child is the same. Ino shouted in a shinobi military uniform, trying to catch up and stop her, but Haruno stubbornly ignored her. The blonde cursed loudly and rushed after her, deciding that in no case would she leave her friend alone. Holding her stomach, the pink-haired kunoichi ran up to Irika, who was sprawled on the blood-sprinkled stones. There was a pin sticking out of his chest. The ninja was breathing heavily, and a thin trickle of blood was flowing from his mouth. Irika-sensei! Sakura exclaimed, and the shinobi's misty eyes cleared. Sakura! Get out of here! Now! He ordered and coughed up blood. No, I can save you, the girl objected, taking off her gloves and preparing to use medical equipment. It's too dangerous here, Irika croaked. And it's too late. Run, his head fell back, and the man stopped showing signs of life. Tears flowed from Haruno's eyes. She bent over Yumino and sobbed, not paying attention to anything around. Now grief overwhelmed the girl, and she was not able to think soberly. Sakura. Come on. She heard Ino's voice, unusually firm and confident. When did a friend manage to become so strong in spirit? And why is she, Sakura, so weak? The blonde grabbed her hard by the arm and pulled her towards herself. You can't stay here. As soon as Haruno was finally able to stand up, she noticed over her friend's shoulder how a figure in a black raincoat with a scattering of drawings of red clouds on the fabric landed in the center of the crater. He was a man with fiery red hair and a pale face studded with piercings. He stretched out his hand towards the two friends, and Yamanaka, releasing Sakura's hand from surprise, soared into the air, spitting on all the laws of gravity. The girl hovered in weightlessness, turning over a couple of times, and then a strange man made a fleeting movement with his finger, and the girl flew like a bullet in the opposite direction from Sakura and, falling, did not move anymore. Haruno shuddered, looking at the man in the cloak with empty eyes. He didn't react to it in any way, just stood and stared at Sakura. She couldn't move as his strange eyes mesmerized Kunoichi as soon as she dared to look into them. The heart began to beat less frequently and was about to stop, and an unpleasant cold spread through the body, foreshadowing the imminent coming of death. Sakura's hands spontaneously fell on her stomach, trying to hide it from the eyes of this terrible person. And this, of course, only attracted his attention. Who are you? The girl stammered in a broken voice. The man's eyes, the piercing on his face and the protector with the crossed-out aim symbol flashed in the rays of the sun that broke through the clouds for a moment. I'm Pain, he replied, and grinned. And you, apparently, Sakura Haruno? She trembled even more. The horror of the fact that this man knew her name was chilling to the bone. There was a feeling that the world had no secrets from this man, and this ignited the fire of all-consuming fear in the soul of young Sakura. I see, the girl's reaction was the answer for him, and then Pain stretched out his hand towards her stomach. Although they were separated by about 20 meters, Sakura seemed to feel his touch. Why did you do that? She asked, realizing that her interlocutor is in a state in which he absolutely does not care about the lives taken and the chaos created around him. He didn't answer, just looked down at Haruno's stomach, as if trying to see what was sitting in it. Why did you kill them all? Will you kill me too? The girl cried, having lost the opportunity to maintain her composure. For some reason, the protective mechanism turned off, and she came out of a state of stupor, which caused Sakura to fall down with heart-piercing thoughts, bone-piercing pain and burning tears. You have something valuable, he muttered with a strange expression. From the sleeve of Akatsuki's raincoat, a metal pipe, the same as the one that pierced Irika, extended into his hand. Pain caught her more comfortably and tilted his head to the side, watching the girl's reaction. She didn't budge, realizing that it was useless. However, I don't need you, he said, preparing to instantly close the distance to Kunoichi and drive a metal pin into her chest. Haruno squeezed her eyes shut, feeling her thoughts scroll through her life with amazing speed in her head. And then the girl heard the sound of a pipe piercing someone's body. She opened her eyes and froze with an expression of horror, bewilderment and amazement on her face. From the blow, she was blocked by a guy who appeared out of nowhere with a long pointed hedgehog of wheat hair on his head. There were 3 long stripes on his cheeks, resembling long-healed scars from deep cuts. His eyes, cold and blue as ice in a mirror-clear lake, met her green eyes. Hi, Sakura-chan, he said softly with some bitterness in his voice. He looked down at her stomach, smiled and turned his back to the girl, at the same time pulling out the metal pin that pierced her shoulder with his hand. Haruno glanced at his silhouette and noticed that in addition to the hole in his shoulder, his back was covered in burns and cuts, and in addition to this, 3 fingers were missing on one hand. Blood oozed from all the open wounds, which trickled down Uzumaki's body in rivulets, bringing out a wonderful pattern on his skin, resembling red rain. "Naruto," she whispered, slowly sinking to the ground and not taking her eyes off his muscular bare back. "The damned seal. The first level. Instant regeneration technique," he whispered. Black tattoos instantly spread over his body, and the wounds began to smoke and heal before his eyes. Uzumaki looked at his palm, checking if the missing fingers were still there, and then licked his lips with satisfaction and looked up at the man in the Akatsuki cloak. One look at this guy, and hatred burned in the soul of the guy. The metal pipe bent in his hand and fell out, clinking against the fragments of the wall of some building under his feet. "Who I definitely didn't expect to see here is you," the red-haired man said with contempt. "Sakura. Get out of here, now. And take Ino with you, she's still alive," the blonde ordered, and the girl hurried to start the task given to her. Pain grinned, looking at the girl hurriedly leaving the crater. Uzumaki narrowed his eyes. "I didn't have any desire to meet you either," he retorted, replaying in his head the memories of how this man tried to kill him not so long ago and almost turned him into one of his bodies. "Why are you so angry?" Pain muttered monotonously. "For killing all these people? Or for destroying the village? I remember that you and Sasuke themselves recently made plans to destroy Konoha." He gave Naruto a mocking look. "Well, you don't have to get your hands dirty anymore," he finished. "Everything has changed. I have nothing in common with you anymore," Nukenin assured him. "It wasn't me who betrayed you, but you betrayed me. Akatsuki doesn't have anything else they can offer me anymore." Pain raised one eyebrow in surprise. "Really?" He made a gesture with his hand, and a black zetsu appeared from under the ground, holding a red-haired girl with glasses by the throat, who at first did not show any signs of life, and then, when the sun shot a ray into her face, she slightly opened her eyes. "Karin. Impossible. But only yesterday." Uzumaki stammered. For the first time in a long time, he was confused. Unless Black Zetsu was watching the headquarters and ambushed her immediately after her release from the cell, flashed through the blonde's head. "And Naruto," she whispered, trying with the last of her strength to stretch out her hand to him. Pain grinned. He pointed his hand at her, and the next moment the girl was pierced by a metal pin that flew out of the sleeve of Akatsuki's cloak. Uzumaki didn't even have time to blink, as the last moan escaped from Karin's lips, and when Black Zetsu opened his hand, she collapsed to the ground. Uzumaki wanted to rush to her, try to do something. After all, there was still a chance. But Orochimaru taught the blonde to see the true essence of things, and he stood still, realizing that Akatsuki pierced his beloved heart, and now, a moment later she is dead. "You will pay for what you did," Naruto exclaimed. A Kusanagi sword appeared in his hand, along which a silvery chakra of the wind element instantly passed. A sharp jerk, and the Black Zetsu is cut into 4 disproportionate parts by a crosswise blow. The man in the raincoat soared into the air, holding his hands out in front of him. As soon as Naruto was about to take off from the ground with a powerful leap and execute the merciless killer, 5 silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of him. "For your betrayal, you will know pain. Tobi-sama will get the 9-tailed chakra again, which is not enough to relaunch the Eye of the Moon, and you will not be able to change anything." Uzumaki gritted his teeth. "No, you will know the true pain. I'll tear you into little pieces. With these very hands." As soon as he said that, an orange bubbling cover of a 9-tailed appeared around the guy, and 3 tails of demonic energy grew behind his back. Kusanagi's sword stuck into the ground with the blade, as Naruto was no longer going to use it in battle. "Sakura. Are you okay?" Ino asked as soon as she came to her senses and saw Kunoichi's worried face in front of her. I'm fine. And how are you? Haruno asked excitedly. My head hurts. Hit hard, the blonde replied, touching the back of her head in oikia. She froze. Stop. Why are we still alive? Naruto. He saved us. Sakura replied, hiding her eyes. When the girl pronounced this name, she was overwhelmed with so many conflicting emotions that she was afraid of how she looked from the outside. Ino sat down and gazed into the distance, into the very center of the giant crater. Our heroines have now climbed to its edge, where 7 dots flashed and from where the sounds of explosions and the clang of cold weapons came from. Brother Naruto. It's really him. I knew he would come back. Konohamaru exclaimed, suddenly appearing next to the girls. With him were his eternal companions, Moegi and Udon. We need to go down and help him. Sakura abruptly turned her head in his direction. No. She barked at the grandson of the third Hokage. He shuddered, remembering that for every mention of Naruto in the presence of the pink-haired beast, he received a blow on the head, so that it was surprising how the boy's skull remained intact. Sarutobi's uncomprehending gaze slid over Sakura, whose shoulders were shaking with sobs again. Rivulets of tears ran down the girl's cheeks. I'm sure he can handle it. Konohamaru said softly, and just at that moment, the brightest flash flashed where the battle was taking place. A red ray of demonic chakra shot into the sky, and the air instantly became heavy. Nine-tailed. Ino whispered, watching as 6 figures surrounded the red dot. We need to get out of here, it's getting even more dangerous here. Konohamaru, didn't you bring out all the surviving foreigners? We need to join them and go to hell. Konohamaru looked longingly at the red Naruto, around whom 6 Pain's bodies were closing in, then at Ino, whose eyes were burning with determination, and nodded. I believe you can do it, Naruto. Sarutobi thought. Uzumaki sighed. Sweat broke out on the guy's skin from the tension he was experiencing now. Naruto remembered how the previous skirmish with the pseudo-leader Akatsuki ended and did not want it to happen again. Now the guy used only the first level of the cursed seal of Orochimaru, and his body was covered with black seals, spread out with a wonderful tattooed pattern. You're too weak, Pain commented on another unsuccessful attempt by Naruto to use the usual wind element technique against the enemy. The blonde never managed to hook any enemy bodies, since they were all bound by Rinnegan, so they saw any attack by Nuke-Nin and dodged in time. However, there were successes. The guy himself has not yet been injured and was full of strength and desire to tear his opponent to shreds. Didn't you promise to tear me to pieces with your own hands? Akatsuki grinned. The blond man gritted his teeth and began to twist a bluish sphere in his hand, and then, without resorting to the help of clones, added the chakra of the wind element with his free hand. The element of wind. Rasen Shuriken. He exclaimed, throwing the technique at the enemy with all his might. Another of Pain's bodies leaped forward, arms outstretched in front of him. The formidable technique hit an invisible barrier, after which it turned into a pure chakra and sucked into a man in a raincoat. This process was accompanied by a bright light, from which Uzumaki involuntarily squeezed his eyes shut. Here he is. My chance, he decided and rushed forward. Before the technique was completely absorbed, Nuke-Nin managed to shorten the distance to the target and hit the opponent on the chin from below with all his might. The uppercut worked well, the unexpected attack passed, and this body of Pain flew back a few meters, although it also successfully landed on his feet. It's useless. It's time to end this, Pain grinned, then held out his hand in front of him. The guy didn't have time to blink an eye, as he was thrown back. With his bare back, the blonde felt stones, glass and other debris digging into his back, which the once majestic Konoha had turned into. Lying on his back, the guy saw a bluish sky with feathery clouds and, before he could quickly jump up, a ring of 6 blurred shadows flashed above, and then Naruto's body was pierced by hellish pain. All the pains simultaneously pierced him with metal pipes, pinning him to the ground. Uzumaki felt his chakra and strength leave him, and scenes from the terrible past appear in his mind. The damn seal stopped working, and the tattoos disappeared from the guy's skin. Pain's 6 bodies stood in a ring around him and watched Nukanen's torments from all possible angles. It seemed to give them pleasure. That's it. And no one will help you, Naruto Uzumaki. You're mine now, said the main Pain, Tendo. You're wrong, you've lost all your comrades. Those you didn't kill, you hurt and offended badly. And everyone else is either buried under these rubble, or fighting for miles from here, and they don't give a damn about you, Akatsuki reminded. Kurama. Give me your chakra, the guy croaked, gathering his last strength. And, the last friend, right? I have to disappoint you, right now I'm in control of the 9 tails. He obeys my eyes, said the way of heaven. Uzumaki looked up at Tendo, who was looking down at him like he was nothing, like a spit on the asphalt of the universe. You've ruined our plans, and you'll be destroyed for it. I will order the 9-tailed one to devour you and capture your body, after which I will deal with him myself and seal his chakra, Pain said through the mouth of a young girl who, as the guy remembered, was the way of animals and was responsible for summoning techniques. The guy squeezed his eyes shut and, straining, shouted at the top of his voice, Kurama. Please give me your chakra. There was no response. Uzumaki heard a chuckle that escaped from Pain's lips. If you need his chakra so much, get it. Let Kyuubi's malice consume you, Akatsuki said. The next moment, the blonde realized that he was in a red-black bubble from the chakra, through which nothing could be seen. He screamed desperately, feeling how the demonic chakra first scorches, and then just tears the skin into blood. Pain looked with satisfaction at the cocoon of chakra that appeared instead of Naruto. Suddenly, a ray of demonic energy shot out of the sphere into the sky, and then the cocoon expanded, engulfing the 3 Pains standing closest to it. They were the way of animals, the way of demons and the way of ghosts. Tendo managed to soar a few meters into the sky and defend himself with a hastily created gravitational field. Gakido, who tried to absorb the entire chakra of the demon, was torn to pieces. Ninjendo, a long-haired Pain who could read people's thoughts and tear their souls out with a single touch, was thrown back. And then a long paw from the demonic chakra came out of the sphere and, stretching out and grabbing the victim, destroyed him. Damn it! I went a little overboard. Tendo thought, hovering in the air and realizing that the possibilities in battle were drastically reduced. Neither to use the help of mythical summoning creatures, nor to pull the soul out of the enemy, nor to destroy him with the weapons of the future that Shirado's body used, will not work anymore. As it will not be possible to repair all the lost bodies of Pain. The sphere dissipated, and Akatsuki's gaze appeared, demon. A miniature replica of the 9-tailed one with 6 tails was blood red in color. Naruto's Kyuubi chakra has never been so powerful. On top of the dense cover, under which the blonde himself was not visible, there was a skeleton of bones, one might say, a second skeleton, which served as additional protection. Round white lanterns, little resembling eyes, burned in the eye sockets. They looked menacingly at Pain from under the second animal-shaped skull, which served as something like a helmet. There was no doubt that there was a Kyuubi in front of Nagato. Not Kurama, but a demon over whom the owner of the Rinnegan has lost control, and who has lost all humanity. Naruto, who turned into a beast, roared furiously, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the earth in all directions, and large stones began to collapse. After that, Uzumaki hit the ground with his paws, and a particularly large crack went towards the enemy. Pain, floating in the air, thought he was safe. But at the last moment he managed to notice how 5 huge paws from the same blood-red chakra grew out of the ground, and these limbs, lengthening, fly towards him. Shinra Tensei. Tendo said, spreading his arms to the sides. A shock wave of chakra surged in all directions from the Akatsuki, destroying everything in its path. The top layer of Konoha debris that dotted the crater was pulverized. Uzumaki remained unharmed, although he was pinned to the ground and heavily pressed. Only cracks appeared on the bone frame. Apparently, such armor took the full brunt. Akatsuki stretched out his hand in the direction of Naruto, who had not recovered to the end, and debris that had survived the destructive technique flew at him from all sides. There were huge blocks, pieces of iron, glass, shinobi bodies, in general, everything that was buried below the most extreme point of the spread of technology. Jinchuriki became even more furious from this. He started spitting at objects flying at him with red rays from the chakra, breaking them with his paws. All the shells that hit Naruto, bypassing his simple method of protection, did not cause him much damage. When Pain realized that it was useless and stopped attacking Naruto in this way, it was Jinchuriki's turn to attack. He opened his mouth, and began to spit at the enemy with chakra rays, murderous in their power. He skillfully reflected well-aimed shots with a telepathic field, but had to admit the power of his enemy. One shell still caught Akatsuki, tearing his cloak and severely singeing his left shoulder and arm. When Jinchuriki needed time to catch his breath, Tendo decided to use a different tactic. Chibaku Tensei! He exclaimed. The blond man was torn off the ground, thrown high into the air, after which he was covered with huge boulders that soared up at the same time with him. More and more pieces of rock, debris, trees broken by gravity, growing around the destroyed village, all this flew up and joined together, turning into a miniature copy of the moon. Pain had to land to save more chakra. Standing on the ground, he looked up, where a huge round stone body was formed at a height of about 1,000 meters. Finally, the man separated his palms, considering that the Death Star was already big, and the Jinchuriki had long been flattened by tons of hard stones. Otherwise, he will simply suffocate there. The sudden explosions caused Akatsuki to stare up even more intently. 8 tails from the chakra burst out of the mini-moon, and the muzzle of a real 9-tailed, only without fur, appeared. Kurama. Enough. You and me. We're friends. Naruto repeated, looking at the distraught Biju rushing around in the cage and trying to break out. There was a Rinnegan in the monster's eyes. Uzumaki was afraid to approach the cage, because the 9-tailed now inspired terror even in the blonde, who was never afraid of anything. Kurama. Uzumaki whispered. Don't. You're the only thing I have left. He exclaimed. 0 reaction. The demon continued his attempts to knock out the gate of the cage and get out to devour his master completely. Uzumaki looked around. This serene place of his subconscious, which Naruto specially arranged so that the beast inside him was comfortable, was by no means so calm. The grass under my feet began to dry, a quiet breeze turned into a powerful wind, the starry sky overhead turned scarlet, and the glowing dots on it turned black. Everything that Naruto had so diligently replaced with an underground damp room with shabby plaster and a puddle all over the hall began to disappear. This meant the following: the blonde's consciousness refused to obey him. It slowly and inevitably passed into the clutches of Kyubi, who seemed to have lost his identity, turning into a stupid animal, driven by endless anger and instincts that awakened this anger. It can't go on like this. The blonde man whispered, clenching his fist. I run this place. I'll have to subdue you. The guy thought that to do this he would have to break the seal, and immediately an unknown force lifted him up to a height of several meters, right in front of the seal. The blond man flinched when the QB hit his muzzle on the section of the cage directly opposite him, and then hesitantly reached for the piece of paper securing the gate. Uzumaki scraped the corner of the piece of paper with his fingernail, pulled a little, then stopped, wondering if he could cope with a completely frenzied nine-tail. When Uzumaki felt confident in himself and was about to pull the seal, someone intercepted his hand and jumped to the ground together with the blonde. What the? Who can be here besides me and Kurama? Even Orochimaru-sensei couldn't do it. A disturbing thought flashed through his mind. The first thing he noticed was wheat-colored hair, like his own, arranged in about the same hairstyle and having the same length. Then the guy saw the stranger's face, and it seemed vaguely familiar to him. Where could I have seen him? The blond man asked himself. The answer did not take long to wait. The fourth face on the monument rock with the faces of the Hokage came to mind. And to top it all off, the man was wearing a short-sleeved white raincoat with a red lining of flame patterns on the lower sections of the fabric. Your mother is Kushina Uzumaki, Kunoichi hails from the village of Whirlpool, and your father is Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage with the nickname Yellow Lightning Konoha. The blonde remembered Kurama's words. Father? He asked in surprise, noting to himself that this was the first time he uttered this word as an address to anyone. Yellow Lightning smiled radiantly. Hello, Naruto. I see you've grown a lot since the last time I saw you. What a pity. I was hoping to meet you in a more relaxed atmosphere, the blond man in the raincoat said, turning to the furious Kyuubi. However, it's my own fault. I was supposed to show up when the seal got out of control. Uzumaki looked at his father in amazement. Live, he saw it for the first time. Father, you, now even Naruto, trained by Orochimaru to be unperturbed in any situation, has given up. He didn't know what to say. Minato sighed. I'm sorry for everything you've been through, Naruto. It's my fault. Surely it wasn't easy for you to cope with the nine-tailed all this time, he said. The guy looked down and noticed that black ink was starting to flow out of his stomach. Pain must have done something to my seal, too. Flashed through my head. Actually, we were good friends with him until now, the blond man objected. And his name is not Kyuubi, but Kurama. He was the only one who was there when it was hard for me. A look of sympathy appeared on Minato's face. Is that so? He looked at the nine-tailed fox, which, after the appearance of the fourth, completely lost the last signs of intelligence and adequacy. Pain subdued him with his Rinnegan, explained Minato, who took only a few seconds to understand everything. Kyuubi, that is, Kurama tried to take over your body against his will. And because of your unstable mental state, the seal has stopped functioning. Uzumaki sighed. In any case, it's all my fault. Don't worry, I've come to fix everything. Said the father and soared into the air, being in front of a half-peeled piece of paper with a seal. He folded some combination of seals, then hit the piece of paper with his palm, firmly attaching it back. When the palm of the fourth broke away from the leaf, Naruto saw unfamiliar symbols crawling across the white sheet. Hokage landed in front of Naruto and prepared to restore the seal. Lights lit up on Minato's fingertips. It's going to hurt a little, he warned, and thrust his hand into his son's stomach, turning the seal so that it returned to its original shape. Uzumaki exhaled hoarsely, spitting ink on the ground, and then sighed heavily, feeling relieved. The world around them with the fourth Hokage began to transform. The dried grass turned green again, a fresh breeze swept over the valley. Huge stars began to light up in the sky. You've changed a lot here, my father remarked with a smile. Minato looked around with a surprised look at the whole picture and fixed his gaze on the fully restored cage with the nine-tailed one. 9 tails, can you hear me? Hokage asked. The fourth, said Kyubi, getting up and walking to the edge of the cage. Two red eyes fixed on the blonde man in the white raincoat. I don't know what I want to do more, kill you or thank you for helping. Minato smiled. Let's not repeat ourselves. I don't have long to live without your help. The chakra is completely running out. Repeat myself? What are you talking about? Naruto asked unexpectedly sharply. Minato looked at Kurama in surprise, then at his son. 9 tail, didn't you tell him what happened that night? What is it? He asked. Kurama looked at Naruto and then looked away. No, I lied. I said a masked man killed you, he growled back. Uzumaki froze. You. He whispered. Well, that was close to the truth. Naruto, the nine-tailed one killed me and your mother. But since he has become a good friend to you, I can forgive him for that. A radiant smile appeared on Minato's face. Uzumaki could not remain indifferent to the cruel truth that Kurama had been hiding from him for so long. The blonde man realized that his fists were itching very much. Abruptly rushing forward, he rewarded his father with a blow to the solar plexus. It's not up to you to decide what to forgive and what not to forgive. It was I who lived without a father and mother, hated and despised by everyone. It was me who was beaten half to death by the villagers every day. This is my life. He exclaimed. I'm sorry. Minato croaked, doubled over from the blow. You don't know what kind of person I've become. I've done terrible things, and I've experimented on living people with Orochimaru. Destroyed, robbed, mercilessly killed. I've killed so many people. Even your best friend. Even if I'm trying to do something good, I have to do something terrible to do it. Can you imagine that I spent a whole month butchering the bodies of plague patients and burning them in a crematorium? I hurt those who were once dear to me. I raped my friend Sakura, and now she will have a child with me. Once I almost killed Kakashi-sensei. A few minutes ago, my beloved girlfriend and a distant relative from the Uzumaki clan died through my fault. But the most terrible thing is that I betrayed what I should have believed in. Minato said nothing. He just looked the guy in the eye, reliving this horror with him. You've been through a lot, he finally muttered. Nevertheless, you are my hero, Naruto. Our hero with Kushina. Uzumaki felt tears running down his cheeks. For the first time. For the first time in years, he was crying. I'm not a hero. I am a criminal and a murderer, he replied. And no matter what I do, it can't be fixed. Don't say that, Minato put his hand on his shoulder. Uzumaki looked up and met his father's eyes, which were burning with determination. There are no irreparable things in the world. Whoever you were in the past, now you are the hero of Konoha, who stood up for her defense. Uzumaki shuddered. What? Before his eyes, his father's figure became translucent, after which he began to slowly evaporate. I believe in you, Naruto. You can fix everything. When Minato completely disappeared, Uzumaki clenched his fist. So hard that he cracked his knuckles. Naruto. Kurama growled, about to say something to his Jinchuriki. Shut up, Kurama. We'll chat later. Now I have unfinished business. Uzumaki interrupted him rudely. Before Tendo's eyes, a huge block of stone began to fall apart. Rocks separated from it, whizzing down. Pain saw in the sky the figure of a blond man falling upside down along with huge fragments of the Death Star. It looks like he was unconscious. Was he able to suppress the nine-tailed one by himself? Pain was surprised. Akatsuki decided not to wait for Uzumaki to fall down and be overwhelmed with stones. Nine-tailed must be captured now, while there is such a chance. Spreading his arms to the sides, a red-haired man with a piercing on his face got off the ground and, spitting on the laws of gravity, slowly rose into the air, then rushed up into the epicenter of the stone rain. What? Is the cursed seal activated? Tendo thought when he saw that Uzumaki's skin was covered with spiral tattoos. Suddenly, these symbols began to disappear. The guy's skin paled, taking on a grayish hue. Something like scales began to appear on it. The blond man suddenly opened his eyes, in which a vertical narrow pupil was visible on the yellow iris, as if in a snake. The guy's eyelids turned purple. And finally, 4 horns appeared on the head. Uzumaki held out his hand in front of him with a Rasengan beginning to twist in it. He did not even begin to make movements with his second hand, but wind blades began to appear at the equipment, twisting like helicopter blades. Snake Hermit Mode, Wind Element, Rasen Shuriken. Naruto shouted and, swinging, threw the technique straight at Pain. Akatsuki watched the technique flying at him, calculating its trajectory, and when the jutsu was very close, he flew away. The blond man gritted his teeth, realizing that he had missed. A triumphant smile appeared on Tendo's face, and when metal pipes came out of his hands, he rushed up with double speed, preparing to pierce his opponent's body. Naruto turned sharply in the air and, warning the attack, struck first. Pain blocked the kick with both hands. Pushing off from the Akatsuki, Naruto soared a little higher. Tendo stretched out his arm towards him, pulling him back with the help of gravity. Clutching a metal rod in his other hand, Pain tried to pierce Uzumaki again, but he managed to dodge and knock the Akatsuki's weapon out of his hands with a palm strike from the side. So they fell, locked in hand-to-hand combat. Pain put both hands in front of him and slammed the blonde into a huge block of stone, pushing him back. The guy crashed into the stone with his back, and croaked something. Immediately, all the stones around Pain transformed into blondes with Rasengans in their hands, and then Naruto's clones simultaneously attacked Akatsuki. He did not lose his head and managed to spread his arms apart at the last moment. The miniature Shinra Tensei protected the user of the technique and at the same time forced Naruto's clones to evaporate. Did you disguise the clones in stones? Very clever. Akatsuki thought he had escaped, but a sudden whistle from below made him flinch. Pain suddenly realized that Rasen Shuriken, from which he managed to dodge, did not crash into anything. Apparently, the technique that flew past him was caught by one of Naruto's clones, ahead of the fall of his comrades, and then was sent back. Tendo turned towards the approaching Rasen Shuriken, trying to push him away. But no, the 6 seconds of Pain's ability cooldown haven't passed yet. Only 3 seconds ago, he had dealt with Naruto's clones. Pain decided to use the Rinnegan in order to properly dodge the attack again. He managed to calculate the optimal option in a second and turn around a little. But there wasn't enough time. As a result, the technique did not hit Tendo, but the wind blade cut off his arm. Naruto, who did not expect such a scenario, did not have time to catch his Rasen Shuriken, and it whizzed by a meter away from him and, without crashing into any stone along the way, hit the Death Star, which was still large enough. The blond man looked up. The crackling and rumbling were the sounds that accompanied the explosion of a huge block. The stones flew in all directions. Uzumaki turned back. There were several tens of meters left before the collision with the ground, so he moved up a little with sharp jumps, found the largest stone and, pushing off from it, jumped out of the stream of stones falling down, landing successfully on both feet on the ground. Shards of Chibaku Tensei were still falling around the guy. the consequences of Rasen Shuriken hitting a miniature copy of the moon. Judging by the huge cloud of dust, unlike him, Tendo could not slow down his fall in any way, and therefore crashed into the ground, after which he was covered with a pile of debris. A sudden forceful push scattered a pile of stones in different directions, and a one-armed man in a torn raincoat appeared in front of Naruto. What kind of power is this? You've become much stronger, faster and more resilient, Pain's last body croaked. This is called the Snake Hermit mode, the main secret of Orochimaru-sensei, which he did not reveal to Sasuke, Kabuto, or anyone else. Only I knew about this secret of the teacher, the blonde replied, catching the opponent's attentive gaze on himself. Pain fell to his knees. A trickle of blood was flowing out of his mouth. Then he collapsed face first into the ground. It's not over yet, he whispered and fell silent. The blonde man turned around, but the blue-haired girl was nowhere to be found. Obviously, Pain's real body was talking to her, since Konan was right next to him now. Uzumaki bent over the body of the defeated enemy, and taking out one pin from his body, sniffed, then licked it, determining where the chakra coming into him comes from. It wasn't hard to find you, Naruto grinned, passing inside the shelter disguised as a huge tree. He was now in his natural human form. The Snake Hermit mode was only enough to calculate the location of the Akatsuki. Naruto, Konan whispered, fixing her confused gaze on Uzumaki. The guy took a quick look at her and looked at the one he was actually looking for. Fragments from the past flashed in my memory, meetings in Akatsuki, a fight with Pain in Amagakura, which ended unsuccessfully for Naruto, a battle that had just taken place. When the blonde man saw the one he hated so much and wanted to kill in his natural form, he froze. So you are the real Pain? I've always wondered what you really look like, the blonde muttered, looking around at a bony man connected to a strange structure that replaces the lower half of the body. Two renegades rushed at the blonde man, studying him carefully. And, I admit, I'm a little disappointed, Uzumaki licked his lips. Nagato chuckled. I was expecting these words, muttered the owner of the Rinnegan. The bitter truth. I'm completely exhausted, I won't last long. To think that I have turned from a god into a pathetic invalid, flashed through his head. And what are you going to do now? I thought you said it wasn't over, the blonde man reminded, reaching for the seal with the weapon on his wrist. Nagato's eyes flashed in the darkness. Yes, it's not over. The last thing I can do for the good of this world, thought the owner of the Rinnegan. Oh, no, I have a completely different mission that I have to fulfill, he muttered. Fighting with you no longer makes sense. Uzumaki was wary. Konan, what is he talking about? The guy asked, glancing at the blue-haired woman. She, having never taken her eyes off the blonde during this time, shuddered when he turned to her. The girl was confused. Konan squinted at Nagato, then said, You've fallen into a trap, Naruto. They wanted to lure you out. As Kabuto thought, after everything that happened, you still decided to come to the aid of your native village. Kabuto? Somehow I'm not surprised. The blonde whispered. Suddenly, Nagato coughed loudly in the room, and he spat blood on the floor. Damn it! Time is short. We cannot delay, thought the owner of the Rinnegan. Nagato. No. You're completely weakened. Konan exclaimed, coming closer to him. There was fear and sadness in her voice. So I don't have long left, and the time has come. It's time to fulfill my destiny, the red-haired shinobi croaked. Don't do it, it's a big mistake. The blue-haired kunoichi pleaded. A mistake more, a mistake less. Will it change anything? He chuckled to himself. That's up to me, he replied rudely and coughed again, after which rivulets of blood rolled down his chin. Purpose? Why is Konan so worried about him? Then in the tower. She said she hated pain. And why does she call him Nagato? Thought the blonde. Nagato. Isn't that your real name? What are you going to do? Nuknin asked, not knowing if he would answer his question. He grinned. You're not going to bother me anyway. Yes, my name is Nagato Uzumaki. And I'm going to give my life, which will soon be cut short anyway due to illness, to resurrect Uchiha Madara, Pain replied. He has already been resurrected by the Edo Tensei technique and is now fighting with 5 Kages, possessing an immortal body. But my technique allows a person to resurrect completely. This is one of my Rinnegan's abilities. Uzumaki. Naruto repeated. I wonder how he feels now, seeing that the last surviving member of his clan turned into a monster, and then into a weakened creature, huddled in a corner and clinging to life. Flashed through the head of the red-haired shinobi. Yes. It's curious that fate brought us together, Naruto. You and I are of the same blood. But you betrayed our cause, destroyed the eternal Tsukuyomi from the inside, destroying everything we worked so hard for. You made me your sworn enemy. Nagato muttered. Let it be so, but I acted for the sake of saving the world. What will happen to reality if all people, without exception, immerse themselves in genjutsu? The world will be destroyed, we will destroy it with our own hands, Naruto objected. I realized that I made a mistake working with you. But it's too late. And I tried to fix it. Reality is not needed, genjutsu will be eternal, and you will continue to live in it without even feeling your own death, Nagato retorted. These are the words of a man who is afraid of life. The blond man said, fixing Pain with an attentive look. That look. I was the same once. Nagato remarked. Konan watched in silence as the two glared at each other without looking away. It's true. Konan and I have nothing left but each other. Life has treated us cruelly, but it's not too late to fix everything if we restore the eye of the moon. Then the world won't have to experience pain. Nagato replied. The blond man squinted at the blue-haired kunoichi, who looked doubtful. She had mixed feelings about Nagato. On the one hand, he was the person most dear to her, and on the other, Nagato was no longer what he used to be. He restricted her freedom and cruelly pushed Konan around, for which she began to hate him. Everything is clear with you, the blond man thought. Fix your life at the cost of the existence of the whole world? Naruto said. Come to your senses. In the illusion, what I had to do and what I still regret will be forgotten. The red-haired Uzumaki muttered. And so my life will not be given in vain. An incurable disease will finish me off very soon anyway. So let those who have made mistakes in reality be happy in an eternal illusion where there will be neither war nor death. The blonde pointed his index finger at him. You're really making a big mistake. Nagato looked surprised. There is always a choice. It's never too late to correct your mistakes. I realized this when I set foot on another path, the right path, the path of redemption. The heaviness leaves the heart, and nothing pricks the soul anymore. Make the right choice, Nagato. Don't resurrect Madara, the blonde Uzumaki exclaimed, the masked man is using you. How Sasuke used me. There is always a choice. That's what teacher Jiraiya told me. But he was wrong. Now I have no choice. The red-haired Uzumaki grinned, deep in gloomy thoughts. Naruto's relative broke out into a coughing fit again, and the floor was covered with new drops of blood. Nagato's eyes didn't seem so bright anymore. The expression of exhaustion on his face indicated that Shinobi was nearing the end. Isn't it too late? He grinned. Tell me this, Naruto. What can I do to atone for my sins in the last few minutes that I have left? I am confined to a wheelchair, so weak that I can hardly even breathe. This question was supposed to put Naruto at a dead end, but he quickly found the answer. Your resurrection technique. Use it properly. Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. Great move, Naruto. Now you want to use me to your advantage, hiding behind good intentions? Nagato thought and made a face of incomprehension. Right? Save the one you killed with your own hands. They were innocent people. That girl you killed. Karin. From the Uzumaki clan. She was dear to me. Bring her back. The blond man exclaimed. Jonini, Chunin, Janini Konoha. Children, old people, women. At the mention of Karins belonging to the Uzumaki clan, Nagato shuddered. Uzumaki. Not happening. This blood on my hands belonged to Uzumaki? A thought that Nagato would never be able to get rid of was drumming in his head. Save them. Naruto demanded. My strength is enough for a maximum of 1 or 2 people. The invalid muttered. And I won't be able to control the resurrection process in this state. I can't concentrate. My technique can resurrect someone outside Konoha, even outside the land of fire. Nagato thought, assessing his strength. Save any of them. Do something good for the rest of your fucking life. However, does it really matter who I save? Let fate decide it, not me. I am no longer a god, just a pathetic invalid. Thought the red-haired Uzumaki. After the last sentence, Nagato's lips curved into a smile. Okay, Naruto Uzumaki. Let it be your way. I don't care anymore if I make the last mistake or not, Nagato suddenly said. What? Konan asked. I'm not making my choice because I think it's the right one. I have long since lost the path to truth that my teacher Jiraiya was so diligently searching for. But if you really could find this thread leading to purification, I'll take your advice, said the invalid. Because we are, almost, family. His eyes flashed. Naruto shuddered. But I have a request. Take care of Konan, because you remind her so much of Yahiko. Jiraiya-sensei, Yahiko, Konan. Forgive me. He went into a violent fit of coughing, choking on his own blood, but was able to seal the seal with shaking hands. Nagato looked at Konan, who was watching his actions with horror, unable to utter a word. And he never looked away. I didn't tell you, Konan. The next moment Nagato's lips whispered, Rinna Tensei. After a couple of seconds, Nagato's body was shaken by a convulsion, and his hair turned gray. Uzumaki went limp, his head sank down, and his long bangs covered his eyes. The man didn't move anymore. No! Konan exclaimed, running up to Nagato and trying to bring him to his senses. Naruto closed his eyes, sighing heavily. He guessed it wouldn't help. A rustle made Uzumaki shudder. The guy turned to the entrance, a connector in the bark of a tree made of Konan's papers. A hooded figure sauntered inside while Naruto watched her. Uzumaki shuddered when a hissing sound came from under the intruder's cloak. The next moment, the blonde's hand touched the seal, and Kusanagi Sasuke appeared in his hand. The guy pointed his blade at the man in the raincoat, guessing who he was and what he needed. You're late, Kabuto. Amazing. It looks like you still managed to surpass and defeat Pain, Kabuto hissed, who was on the threshold of the shelter. He glanced at Nagato, who had died in his terrible wheelchair. If even before that Uzumaki resembled a skeleton covered with skin, now, having invested the last vital forces in the technique, he dried up completely. His hair turned gray, his eyes went out, his face was crossed by many old wrinkles. Naruto, who pointed Sasuke's sword at the uninvited guest, grinned. "It's over, the masked man's plan has been thwarted. Without Nagato, you won't be able to revive Madara," he said. Kabuto froze for a moment, and then his lips curved in a grin. "You're wrong to think we didn't have a backup plan. Thanks for doing all the dirty work. Now it will be easier for me to pick up Rinnegan Pain. While he was alive, it was difficult. You can't even imagine how strong and old these eyes are." The man in the brown raincoat took a few steps forward, but stopped when Naruto blocked Konan and the dead Nagato, stepping aside. "I won't even let you touch him," Uzumaki muttered, fixing an evil look on Yakushi. The shinobi in the brown raincoat grinned and adjusted his glasses with a familiar gesture. When a ray of sunlight that passed through the hole of an artificial tree from above fell on the villain's face, Naruto examined him in detail. Kabuto's appearance was even more snake-like than Orochimaru's. His face was pale in color, his eyes had snake-like pupils, scales were visible on the skin. "Don't be stubborn, Naruto-kun. You're not even a match for me," Yakushi said. "You don't have a choice." Uzumaki flashed his eyes the color of the blue sky. "There's always a choice," he said. "The main thing is not to lose hope." Yakushi hissed something under his breath. "Stop it. Then choose to die or give up." Deliberately stretching the letter S, suggested the Serpentine. Naruto swung Kusanagi. "Surrender to you? Never in my life." Kabuto's face twisted in a grimace of anger. The wind that blew from Naruto directly into the uninvited guest tore off Yakushi's hood, exposing all his ugliness for show. The villain's glasses reflected the light of the sun that broke through the hole in the ceiling, and he produced a series of seals. "Then die. Edo Tensei," he exclaimed, completing the combination of seals by joining his palms in a prayer gesture. The ground shook under his feet, and right in the middle of the shelter, a large wooden coffin began to move out of it. Finally, the coffin appeared completely, and Naruto was waiting with horror for the moment when its lid would open and someone would appear from inside. But his expectations, as well as the expectations of the user of the equipment, were not met. The coffin lid cracked so that a piece fell off from it, and Naruto saw what was inside. There is no one. Then the coffin slowly sank into the ground, leaving Uzumaki and Yakushi looking at each other in bewilderment. "It can't be. You. What did you do?" Orochimaru's follower muttered, staring uncomprehendingly at the place where the coffin disappeared. "I wanted to ask you the same thing," Naruto replied coldly, wondering if such an experienced shinobi as Kabuto could have made a mistake in a trained technique. Yakushi grinned. "Well, then, I will destroy you with my own hands," he exclaimed and tore off his cloak, which hindered movement, remaining in front of Naruto in only trousers. The blonde man saw that the other parts of the opponent's body have the same color. Naruto tightened his grip on his blade, seeing that the enemy was folding seals. "It looks like you've been to Ryukido Cave too, Naruto-kun. And, therefore, he mastered the regime of the snake hermit, just like me. But do you know what the difference is between us?" Kabuto muttered while the natural energy was being absorbed into him. Kabuto's skin became even more scaly, for short horns grew on his head, and a long snake appeared from his stomach, growing directly from the flesh of the villain. "I can completely subdue this power. Sasuke has assembled a great team. Thanks to the cells of Yugo, I can absorb the natural chakra instantly at any moment, while you will need time to collect it. The blond man looked over his shoulder and saw that Konan had finally stopped her futile attempts to wake Nagato and was now looking at the enemy with a hateful look. "Don't interfere, this is our battle with him," said Naruto. "No. We can do it faster together," Konan countered. "He wanted Nagato dead, and I can't forgive him for that." Uzumaki grinned, about to say that fighting Yakushi might be more dangerous than both of them realize. "But that's not all, Naruto-kun. I don't know when you managed to master the basics of senjutsu, but my teacher was Hakuja Sennin himself. He taught me techniques you never dreamed of." Kabuto exclaimed, drawing the blonde's attention back to himself. After completing the transformation, Yakushi licked his lips, showing a long tongue. "You're just a snake. And I was reborn into a dragon." With these words, Kabuto rushed forward. "Damn it," Uzumaki hissed. Sasuke's katana in his hand glowed bluish, and when Naruto cut the air with a crosswise blow, 2 wind blades flew at the enemy. Kabuto dodged both of them because he had an excellent reaction. He kicked off the ground with his feet and made a long leap forward. Once directly above Naruto and Konan, the hermit folded the necessary seals and sent an incredible technique into them. The art of the hermit, white rage technique. A snake made of natural energy, clutching a sphere in its teeth, crashed right into the floor between Uzumaki and his new partner before they had time to figure something out. A blinding flash filled the shelter. And if Kabuto was protected by scales that closed his eyes from the light, then his opponents were helpless against the unprecedented jutsu. While the ground was cracking under their feet, Konan and Naruto were thrown into the air. A deafening whistle that spread in all directions simultaneously with a flash of light made Konan scream in pain and grab his head, and Naruto, close his ears and wince. Kabuto, feeling comfortable in these conditions, turned out to be right above Naruto and, pushing off from him with his feet and thereby sending the guy to the ground, rushed to Konan, who did not expect an attack in any way. At the last moment, opening her eyes, the girl saw that Yakushi was flying towards her with a glowing hand. Planning to cut the blue-haired kunoichi in half with his hand, Kabuto struck. But a moment before his cutting palm touched the girl, she broke up into many pieces of paper, and gathered into a hole already next to Naruto, who managed to successfully land on his feet. "You're not as bad as I thought," Yakushi grinned. "But this is just the beginning." The art of the hermit. Inorganic reincarnation. Hitting the ground with his palm, Kabuto sent a new technique to Konan and Naruto. They looked in surprise at the ground in front of Kabuto, which began to shake like a pudding hit with a spoon, and roll like water in a cup tilted one way or the other. Matter itself changed its properties, and the earth turned from a solid substance into a semi-liquid. From that piece of land, like tentacles, stone peaks burst out, which, bending in their path, rushed to the victims. At first it seemed to the blonde that it was just a genjutsu, but no. It was a reality changed by natural energy. Naruto closed his blue eyes while folding the seal. Somewhere out there, in a remote secluded place, his shadow clone, left many weeks ago to meditate in a dense impenetrable forest, has dissipated. The natural chakra overcame such a distance surprisingly quickly, and when the enemy's technique was already in frightening proximity, Uzumaki also switched to hermit mode. He had already opened yellowish-green eyes with snake pupils, scales appeared on his skin. Not immediately, but horns also grew on the guy's head. Only there was nothing superfluous sticking out of Naruto's stomach. The guy's strength, speed and reaction increased tenfold. He grabbed the uncomprehending Konan and jumped away with her a few long steps to the side, saving them both from the fate of being pierced by stone spikes. Finally. "I wanted to see what you're capable of with my own eyes," muttered Kabuto and licked his lips. The blonde man put Konan on the ground and turned to the enemy. "I'm afraid to disappoint you. I'm not in the best shape, Uzumaki said, feeling that even the natural chakra cannot compensate for fatigue after the fight with Nagato. And in senjutsu, unfortunately, you are much more skilled than me. Kabuto tried to feign frustration. But you still can't win, because I made a promise that I have to keep. Naruto finished his speech. Prepare to die. With these words, the blonde man took off and rushed forward like lightning. Konan stood and watched the two hermits fight. Naruto was still armed with Sasuke's katana, and Kabuto was armed with palms charged with cutting chakra. It was difficult to follow their movements. The two enemies were so fast, flexible, like snakes. One thing Konan had already realized: none of the opponents had ever touched the other. Both Kabuto and Naruto deftly dodged each other's attacks, anticipating the movements. Apparently, this was a feature of the Snake Hermit mode. The taijutsu competition lasted several minutes. Here Naruto dives under the arm of Kabuto, being behind his back, and immediately turning around, strikes a lightning strike with a katana. Finally, at least one blow caught up with Kabuto. His severed horn fell to the floor. Yakushi turned around abruptly. Something in his face changed. Rage flashed in his eyes, which he had previously skillfully masked with complete calm. Instead of a snake, something familiar grew out of Kabuto's stomach, and then the villain said, "The art of the hermit, bone flower." Naruto looked at Kimimaro with horror, the upper half of whose body was growing out of Yakushi's stomach. The hand of a man who had long been considered dead turned into a bone drill, and Uzumaki managed to create a Rasengan at the last moment and meet the rotating drill with his proprietary technique. The blue sphere cut the drill in half, that is, it erased Kimimaro's arm to the elbow, after which he again sucked into Kabuto's stomach. The blonde man jumped back. "What have you done to yourself?" Uzumaki whispered in horror. He had never even dreamed of such things. Naruto doubted that Orochimaru himself was capable of such terrible experiments. "I have collected the DNA of the strongest shinobi, Naruto-kun. So that the talents of our dead friends would not be wasted, I implanted their cells into myself," Kabuto replied, pleased with the effect produced. "Even Orochimaru-sama. Now it's in me. We have become one." "You, crazy!" Uzumaki exclaimed. "No. I am the strongest shinobi in this world," Yakushi objected, and the next moment Naruto saw a familiar face appear from the villain's stomach, and then the whole figure to the waist. Uzumaki froze, looking at the teacher. "Orochimaru-sensei," he whispered. Kabuto laughed. "Did you think Sasuke killed him? Not at all. Now Orochimaru-sama lives in me, like all his knowledge and power," Yakushi exclaimed. The next moment, Orochimaru transformed into his snake form, becoming a huge snake with black hair, and rushed straight to Naruto. The dumbfounded student managed to substitute Kusanagi at the last moment and not let the snake, which opened its mouth, devour itself. By blocking the monster's jaws with his blade placed vertically, Naruto saved his life. But the snake was not going to give up and continued trying to open its mouth wider and swallow the student, while moving forward. The guy felt that he was starting to pull back, plowing two long furrows in the ground with the soles of his sandals. Suddenly, Orochimaru retreated and, having sucked back into Kabuto's stomach, disappeared. Naruto noticed at the last moment that Kabuto had folded the seals. The art of the hermit. White rage technique. And again the dragon from the natural chakra flew to Naruto. But Uzumaki had so little time that even in the hermit mode he did not have time to dodge. The equipment took the guy outside, and he knocked down several trees in the forest with his back, went limp on the ground, trying to find the strength to stand up. "Damn it! Konan was left alone with him, thought Naruto, after which he passed out, exhausted. Now it's your turn, baby, Kabuto hissed, fixing his gaze on Konan, who was blocking Nagato. Unless, of course, you've changed your mind. No, you won't get it, she declared, and a spear of paper sheets formed in her hand. She immediately threw it at the enemy, but he easily dodged, and the projectile whistled a centimeter from his head. It's useless. I will anticipate your every move, defeat you and take Rinnegan pain. No matter what you do, I already foresee the outcome, Kabuto hissed. He saw that wings of paper sheets were forming behind Konan's back. She looked at Nagato one last time and said, I'm sorry. After these words, the girl soared into the air and flew straight at Kabuto, wanting either to knock him down, or to do something else unpredictable. Yakushi jumped aside and to his surprise saw the girl flying out of the shelter through the exit. Did she run away? Well, that's even better. You won't have to dirty your hands. I'll just take Rinnegan pain, Yakusha thought. He licked his lips and moved towards the corpse, which was connected to a strange structure that was obviously a kind of wheelchair. Kabuto had already imagined what he would be capable of with those eyes. No, the masked man won't get them. Kabuto will take them for himself. And then he will gain real omnipotence. The hermit's subtle hearing caught a rustle, and, turning around, Orochimaru's follower saw that a piece of paper had fallen from the ceiling to the floor. All this shelter, disguised as a large tree, consists of paper, Yakushi recalled and realized that there was no reason to be surprised. He turned back to the much-coveted treasure that was about to become his property. But then another piece of paper landed on the ground. Then another one. Kabuto looked up and saw that a whole paper fall had begun. His hand froze in front of Nagato's eyes when Yakushi noticed that the paper leaves were no longer white, and the seal was illuminated on them. He looked around in horror. The walls of the shelter, the floor, the ceiling, the leaves falling from above. It was all explosive seals. Before Kabuto could do anything, the first explosive seal went off under his feet, causing a chain reaction. Naruto, someone said. Uzumaki saw a blurry silhouette in front of him. The voice sounded familiar. Who are you? The blond man whispered, holding out his hand. The silhouette took on a clear outline, and Naruto, startled, saw Sasuke in front of him. The Sharingan was burning in Uchiha's eyes. Before Naruto could ask anything, Sasuke took a step back and found himself in an upright coffin. Then a lid with a crack clung to the coffin, through which Uzumaki still saw burning red eyes, after which the wooden box fell into the ground. Uzumaki woke up from a prolonged series of explosions that sounded very close. He jumped up, trying to figure out where he was. Sasuke wasn't around. Maybe it was just a hallucination caused by a direct hit of the Kabuto technique? Konan. The blond man remembered, about to jump to his feet. It's all right, I'm here, the blue-haired Kunoichi said, emerging from the green thickets of the forest. She was unharmed. You underestimated me. I'm done with Kabuto. Her voice sounded even and calm. What? The guy looked at her in bewilderment. I destroyed him along with Nagato. The paper tree was my trap consisting of tens of thousands of explosive seals. Now Kabuto is dead, and the masked man will never get Nagato's eyes, Konan explained. Naruto nodded. Well, I don't even know what to say. He stood up. I think we need to go to the aid of the 5 Kage and stop Uchiha Madara. It's time to put an end to this war, pathetic kids. Madara said, casting a haughty glance at the 5. He was standing on a rock, a fragment of a meteorite that Uchiha had brought down on the Alliance army shortly before. The 5 shinobi standing at the foot of the huge block did not waver in spirit. "We will stop you, Uchiha Madara," said a tall man in a red suit. Its long white stripes fluttered in the wind. "I give you this oath here and now. I, Jiraiya, am the 6th Hokage. I, Gaara, am the 5th Kazekage." Gaara supported him. "I, Darui, am the 5th Raikage." A dark, skinned ninja with a sword in his hands joined them. "I, Terumi Mei, am the 5th Mizukage. And I, Kuratsuchi, am the 4th Tsuchikage. I think we need to go to the aid of the 5 Kage and stop Uchiha Madara. It's time to put an end to this war." The blonde man sighed heavily. Uzumaki could not imagine that he was so weak. He spent almost all of his chakra on the 2 previous fights. "Damn it. We'll have to walk," Nuknin thought. Feeling unsure of his abilities, he did not activate the cursed seal. Naruto was afraid that in his condition he would not be able to control her. And ahead of him there was still a long way to go and a fight with Uchiha Madara, which 5 Kages have not yet coped with. Anything could have happened. "Madara. Are you really as strong as the legends say? Is everything that Orochimaru-sensei managed to tell about you really true?" Naruto thought. He and Konan had been rushing through the dense forests for a long time without taking a break. Naruto held on only thanks to a strong body and iron willpower, which rewarded him with a difficult and tragic life. Overcoming fatigue, the new partners stubbornly moved towards their goal. They had to shorten the journey in a few days to a few hours. Konan, of course, could have used her paper wings, but it seemed impossible to drag Naruto on herself, heavy enough for her, flying such a solid distance. And they could not be separated. Soon the forest area, for which the land of fire was famous, began to turn into wide fields and meadows with hills jumping up here and there, and mountains appeared in the distance, behind which, as reported by the headquarters that contacted Uzumaki, a fierce battle was taking place. Just a little more, Naruto flashed through his head. He already felt from here the sinister chakra of the villain that the greatest shinobi of the world faced. The battlefield was a once green and beautiful valley. Now this place has changed beyond recognition. Here and there were huge pieces of meteorites that Madara had brought down on his enemies. Massive wooden structures, created by Uchiha with the help of Makoto, stuck out of the ground. Some were charred by his own flames. The ground was scorched by fire, and nothing remained of the tall green grass with strikingly beautiful flowers. The wind was raging, breaking through the cracks between the rocks, the walls surrounding the battlefield. Howling and whistling mixed with thunder, which rumbled in the dark sky, covered with thick black clouds. It was raining. No, more like a downpour. Bright flashes illuminated the area with their bluish light. "Gaara, are you still able to fight?" Jiraiya asked, wiping the blood from his split lip. The red-haired guy, floating on a sandy cloud a meter above the ground, was breathing heavily. He nodded weakly, not taking his eyes off the man in red armor who was standing on a wooden arch that protruded from the ground. "The rest of the Kage are out of order." The inexperienced Kuratsuchi Madara knocked out first of all. Mei fainted from lack of chakra. Darui, having received a severe, but fortunately not fatal wound, was lying on the wet ground and bleeding. The Toad Hermit and the 5th Kazekage, holding on with their last strength, fought for their lives and for the lives of their comrades, not letting the enemy get to them. 2 toads from Mount Myaboku were sitting on Jiraiya's shoulders, and the 6th Hokage himself was in hermit mode. "It's impressive, of course, that you lasted so long. But that's not enough," Madara grinned, flashing his Rinnegan's. He lifted his chin high and looked at the two remaining opponents as if they were garbage. The opponent of the two heroes was revived using the Edo Tensei technique. His body was immortal and his chakra was infinite. On the other hand, there were advantages of this position. Madara was limited in the use of his power. Although Jiraiya and Gaara, who had seen a lot over the past hours, could hardly believe that he was even stronger during his lifetime. Jiraiya felt the natural chakra evaporate from his body. The face, swollen from its use, began to regain its former shape. Things are bad, Ma. Baby Jiraiya is holding on with the last of his strength. Fukasaku muttered. The wife, who was sitting on the other shoulder of the sixth Hokage, nodded in agreement. Is there a plan? Jiraiya sighed heavily. Gamabunta and the others are out of the game, and it makes no sense to call them. In this state, I am unlikely to be able to re-enter the hermit mode. The chakra is running out. I think this is the end, he whispered. Gaara gritted his teeth. You can't give up. We have already done so much to stop this war. Jiraiya cast a thoughtful glance at Kazekage. You remind me of a boy. He was young and cheerful and said the same thing. Never give up, that was his ninja way, grinned Sannin. Gaara looked at Jiraiya in surprise. Naruto? He nodded. If he were here, the way he was before. Cheerful, self-confident and rebellious, I think even in front of such an enemy, hope would not have left him. Jiraiya glanced at Madara, who did not attack, but watched the opponents with an expression of superiority, enjoying their exhausted faces. Like a cat playing with a mouse, Uchiha delayed killing enemies, making them suffer even more. There is no hope. Accept your defeat in this war, and perhaps then I will prolong your miserable lives for some more time, the loud voice of the legend of the past sounded. Don't listen to him, little Jiraiya. There is always hope. Fukasaku croaked from the hermit's shoulder. Even if I die, I don't intend to give up, the sixth Hokage replied. Tsunade, if you were here instead of me. Maybe it would have been different. I shouldn't have agreed to take over the Hokage title from you. It's too troublesome. Sannin thought, wondering where his old friend was now. Since Tsunade handed over the reins of power to him, there has been no news from her. She's gone. And then the war started. Where the granddaughter of the first was now, Jiraiya had no idea. Perhaps he lives somewhere in a remote village on the edge of the world, isolated from the whole world. Or maybe she died fighting in the ranks of the Alliance army on some front. Uchiha grinned. Then. It's time to end this circus. Translucent ribs formed around Madara. Then bony arms and a skull grew out of the rib box. The Susanoo warrior began to grow flesh, and eventually armor appeared on him. Susanoo? Again? Gaara exclaimed. In one of the four hands of the ghost warrior, a huge blue, like Susanoo himself, translucent kama appeared. Yasaka no Magatama. Gaara put his hands forward, and the sand lying everywhere rose into the air, forming into a shield. Too slow. Kazekage flashed through his head. A loud explosion, and the two heroes were thrown back by the impact force of the equipment, and they rolled head over heels on the ground. Uchiha laughed. Suddenly, a series of explosions, from which Susanoo's armor protected him, silenced him and turned around. While Madara was preparing to attack, Konan, who appeared first, managed to attach several explosive seals to the ghost warrior's back. Madara grinned at the new opponents. They did not give the impression of strong opponents. Konan? Jiraiya was surprised, peering at where two silhouettes appeared among the clouds of dust. Naruto? Gaara squeezed out, unsuccessfully trying to get up. Well, muttered Uchiha. Look who dared to challenge me. Uzumaki stared unblinkingly at the blue Susanoo, who looked even more formidable than the ghostly warrior Sasuke, with whom the blonde had fought. 10 explosive seals did not damage the translucent armor in any way, and Madara remained unharmed. Konan, take care of the others. He's not your equal, Uzumaki said, licking his lips. What are you going to do? You're not his equal in this state. The girl objected. The guy turned around, measuring her with an indifferent look. I may be deflated after what we've been through, but it's too early to underestimate me, he muttered. Take care of Kaga. I hope I can rely on you. For a moment, it seemed to Konan that it wasn't Naruto standing in front of her, but Yahiko. Blue eyes flashed too familiar, and a smile too familiar to her memories of the past appeared on his face for a moment. Good, she murmured. Madara did not interfere with the girl when she rushed to Jiraiya and Gaara, simultaneously surprised that after so many years she saw her sensei alive and practically unchanged. He didn't care about her. But the blonde man, whose eyes were burning with strange lights, interested Madara. Something in common connected this shabby youngster and an old acquaintance of Uchiha, the first Hokage. You don't look good enough to challenge me. Uchiha noticed. Let it be so. But that doesn't give you the right to underestimate me, Naruto replied and, licking his lips, said defiantly. And you are well preserved. For someone who has been lying in a coffin for almost 90 years. Uchiha's eyes flashed. Say goodbye to life, baby. A new stone of 8 slopes appeared in Susanoo's hand, and the ghost warrior threw it at Naruto with a flourish. He quickly bit his finger and, when a drop of blood fell to the ground, said, summoning technique, Rashomen's Gate. With a rumble and a clang, a giant iron structure moved out of the ground. When Susanoo's technique crashed into her, a dent appeared in the gate. And from the ringing that rang out over the valley, the blonde's ears were blocked. Strong, you brute, Uzumaki grinned, feeling his eyes grow dim. The summoning of the Rashomen Gate had cost him too much. But this was only the beginning of their battle with Uchiha. When the iron machine fell back into the ground, Uzumaki saw Madara jumping off his wooden arch. When he and his Susanoo landed on the ground, she shuddered under the incredible weight. Cracks appeared in all directions. Long blue chakra blades appeared in the ghost warrior's 4 hands. Madara cracked his knuckles. Naruto. Kurama's voice sounded in his subconscious. Uzumaki sighed. What a bad time. Nine-tailed, do you still dare to address me after what you've done and hidden all these years? I thought we were comrades. But it turns out that you are not just a murderer, but also a shameless liar, he replied rudely, for the first time in many years without calling his inner interlocutor by name. After the disclosure of the mystery of the death of his parents, Uzumaki did not know whether he could consider Kyubi his friend, as in the good old days. When the blonde reluctantly closed his eyes for a moment, he saw a giant cage in front of him, behind which was a huge fox with 9 tails. Uzumaki gave Biju a withering look and turned his back to the cage. I'm not in the mood to talk to you. I'm very busy, he muttered and prepared to leave the subconscious, when suddenly Kurama stopped him. Stop. Your opponent is Madara. He has no equal in strength among living people. The blonde man casually spat on the floor. You're not the first one to tell me that. And now shut your mouth and live out your last moments in this filthy cage, grinned Uzumaki. Fool. You have no chakra left. Madara will smear you with the first blow, barked Kurama, losing his composure. Uzumaki shuddered. And what do you suggest? Your chakra? Do you think this is the way to atone for your mistakes? What is it? he asked, looking over his shoulder. The fox grinned. I also thought I could atone for what I had done. But now I realize that there are mistakes in life that can never be corrected in any way. There is no forgiveness for such things. Naruto continued. Kurama fixed his red eyes on Jinchuriki. He had never seen a blonde man lose his temper before. Besides, our opponent has a Rinnegan, just like Pain. At any moment, he can subdue you, and this time my father won't be around to restore the seal. Nuke-Nin finished, preparing to leave this place. I'm offering you the only possible way out. Break the seal, and then I will give you all the power I have, the nine-tailed growled. Uzumaki choked on a laugh. How long have you been making this up, buddy? He emphasized the last word with undisguised sarcasm. Kyuubi's eyes flashed. Don't be an idiot. You have no choice. Naruto clenched his fist. There is always a choice. And I'd rather die than become a toy in the clutches of a traitor. The nine-tailed growled. It's better than dying because of your own stupidity and arrogance, a useless piece of meat. I don't need your filthy body, you can be calm. Madara has done me a lot of bad things in his time, and I am ready to share my power for free so that you tear him to shreds. And you? You're pathetic right now. Even if Orochimaru wasn't always right, but now everything he so diligently invested his strength and soul into is going down the drain. If you don't want to die like a helpless creature, overcome your fucking pride and use my power to slay the hunter. When Kurama finished his tirade, Naruto froze, as if he had been walled up in stone. The words of the Nine Tails made an indelible impression on him and brought him to his senses a little. Then Nuke-Nin turned around, slowly returning to the cage, reached for the seal with his hand. A moment later, his fingernail caught the edge of the piece of paper, and the guy, without hesitation, tore off the seal. As soon as the gate opened completely, the cage became translucent, and then disappeared altogether. The blonde man looked at Kurama, who was sitting right across from him, unfettered by anything. The nine-tailed man bared his sharp teeth in a smile, either bloodthirsty or friendly, and Naruto did not know what to expect next. Either he just succumbed to provocation and made a big mistake, or, go ahead, Naruto. Kurama growled, and the blonde man opened his eyes, returning to reality. The next moment, the guy realized that he was on fire. His body was enveloped in a strange orange blanket, like a flame. In addition to this special aura, strange symbols appeared on the guy's body. Madara, who started walking towards the enemy and stomping frighteningly so that the clang of his armor could be heard, stopped looking at his opponent. Your chakra changed? Uchiha was surprised. His Rinnegan saw that the blonde was filled with a completely different energy than before. Uzumaki was finally able to look away from his own hands, blazing with orange iridescent fire, and looked at the enemy. Perfectly. He was shocked. It's time to attack. The blonde man took off and rushed towards the enemy. He didn't expect to speed up so much. Even in the transformation with 6 tails, Uzumaki's speed was lower. Now he looked like an orange lightning bolt. This was some kind of new power, surpassing even the Serpent Hermit mode in power. A force containing something other than the nine-tailed chakra. Something that Naruto couldn't understand. The blonde man was right in front of the enemy. A blue sphere instantly formed in his hand, and the guy struck it right on Susanoo's armor. There were small cracks along it, which, however, quickly healed. Madara came to his senses and mentally commanded his ghost warrior to fight back. For ghostly swords fell on Uzumaki, and if not for the lightning speed he gained, he would certainly have been grazed by the blade. The swords cut long holes in the ground. But the blonde, who managed to avoid all the attacks of the enemy, remained unharmed. I need something stronger. The blonde was very surprised when two ghostly paws from the chakra stretched out of his body and, following his wishes, created a shuriken in his hand. The guy jumped aside, thereby escaping from another vertical blow of Susanoo's sword, swung his arm and threw the projectile forward. Uzumaki expected that the technique would cause at least some damage to the enemy, but he was mistaken. Madara stretched out his arms. His eyes flashed, and Rasen Shuriken, without crashing into the ghost warrior, transformed into a pure chakra and sucked into Uchiha. Damn Rinnegan. No, we need to come up with something smarter. Also, if I managed to punch Susanoo Sasuke with only two Rasen Shurikens thrown one after the other at once, then it's unlikely to work with this bastard. He's noticeably stronger, Uzumaki thought. The guy grinned. Since he can absorb ninjutsu, we will act in a different direction, thought Nuke-Nin. A new plan had matured in his mind. Wind element, vacuum bullets. The guy exclaimed, spitting out concentrated charges of air, aiming at the ground under the enemy's feet. The dust that rose into the air in the form of a thick cloud hid Uchiha and his Susanoo from sight. What are you up to? Madara grinned. Even Genin won't buy into such tricks. The villain heard a rustle behind him and turned around. Just at this moment, Naruto appeared very close, clutching his huge hammer charged with wind chakra. A second before the contact, an air current burst out of the back of the hammer's cargo, and then the weapon was imprinted into the ghost armor. The blow was lightning fast. Madara couldn't absorb this attack, and the hammer whizzed into the barrier with all its force. Cracks appeared on the blue shell, and then Susanoo Uchiha split into fragments. Uzumaki was about to smash the enemy's skull, but the next blow was much slower, and Madara was able to dodge. Impressive. But I'm not buying this trick anymore, he grinned and, folding the seals, said. Element of fire, the great fire of destruction. The blond man blinked at the bright flash. Nuke-Nin felt the heat on his skin and felt that a little more and he would turn into ashes. He had to drop his heavy weapon and flee for his life. A few somersaults sideways, and the guy avoided a direct hit of the most powerful fire technique, which destroyed everything in its path. Where this jutsu passed, there was a black mark on the ground. The element of wood. The birth of the virgin forest. Uchiha exclaimed, hitting the ground with his palm. Trees burst out of the soil in huge numbers. Thick branches and roots reached out to Uzumaki, and the guy had to jump back, not knowing what to do with this avalanche of snags. Naruto, use the tailed one's bomb. Kurama's voice sounded in the blonde's ears. Nuke-Nin grinned. Easier said than done. However, it was much more convenient to work with the new chakra. It was as if she was obeying the blonde man's orders. Therefore, when he stretched out his hand forward, an orange chakra condensed around the guy, forming into the ghostly muzzle of the nine-tailed. When the Kyuubi's head opened its mouth, a black sphere flew out of it, which stopped the movement of the wood machinery and drilled a shaft of all kinds of wood shapes through. In addition, Kurama's technique hurt Madara, and he was left without an arm. However, this was not a problem for the immortal villain, since the limb immediately began to be restored from small pieces of paper. Naruto reached for his wrist, which had a tattoo in the form of a seal storage, where the blonde kept weapons. If heavy weapons are too slow for him. The blonde man thought, thinking of choosing a different strategy, let's improvise. From a white cloud of smoke in the guy's hand, a Kusanagi katana that once belonged to Sasuke appeared. I admit, you surprised me a lot, muttered Uchiha, flashing his Rinnegans. But don't be happy. I was just playing giveaway. A giveaway? Naruto repeated mentally. Horror seized him at the very thought. So everything that happened just now is just a warm-up for him? The guy thought, staring at the legend from the past. Nine-tailed, rebellious creature. You caused me a lot of inconvenience in your time and were more of a problem than a valuable subordinate. Only one person could completely subdue you. And now, I have his power. Uchiha gritted out, his hands combined the seals. When the fingers folded in the last movement, Madara said, the element of wood, the technique of the tree dragon, the ground in front of Uchiha cracked, and a giant tree snake with an open mouth flew out. Damn you, Madara. Naruto, run. Uzumaki heard Kurama's voice. Damn it. Too fast. Naruto thought, trying to jump aside. But the tree dragon, being much bigger and faster than Makoto's previous technique, reacted to this movement. It was as if he was a homing missile attracted to the Kyubi chakra. Uzumaki put his hands in front of him, concentrating the chakra. Tailt's bomb could have saved him from the technique. But, it was too late. The dragon, being very close, increased in size, absorbing part of the Kurama chakra floating in the air. The blonde man was preparing for a collision, but suddenly a familiar silhouette flashed in front of him. Someone in a white shirt, black trousers, tied with a purple cloth with a thick belt, similar to a rope, appeared in the way of technology. A bright purple flash, and the blonde was blocked by a familiar Susanoo, who was clutching a black flame sword in his raised hand. When the technique was already dangerously close, the translucent monster struck, cutting off the tree dragon's head. The blonde hatched into the back of the brunette, who was controlling a purple ghost warrior. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be possible? He himself burned the body of the deceased comrade. Sasuke? The blonde whispered. Uchiha didn't turn around. But the next moment Uzumaki clearly heard his voice. It seems that this is my sword. Flashback. Save them. Naruto demanded. My strength is enough for a maximum of 1 or 2 people. The invalid muttered. And I won't be able to control the resurrection process in this state. I can't concentrate. My technique can resurrect someone outside Konoha, even outside the land of fire. Nagato thought, assessing his strength. Save any of them. Do something good for the rest of your fucking life. The blonde man cried out, losing his composure. The red-haired owner of the Rinnegan briefly drowned in his thoughts, wondering if he would do the right thing if he used Rinne Tensei. His lips moved as he spoke his words, but Nagato himself only returned to the real world when he made a decision. But I have a request. Take care of Konan, because you remind her so much of Yahiko. With shaking hands, the red-haired Uzumaki folded the seal, and then whispered, Rinne Tensei. A few moments stretched into eternity for the owner of the Rinnegan. He felt his own vital energy coming out of his body like a thin thread and flying somewhere far away, beyond Konoha and the land of fire. The image of Uchiha Sasuke spontaneously appeared in Nagato's mind, and the next moment, the former pain, having flown away with his consciousness very far away, saw an uninhabited island. Something terrible has happened here. At the edge of the cliff where Sasuke was once burned, the earth trembled, and the head of a terrible statue with Rinnegans in its eyes moved out of it. She was surrounded by pink flames. It was the same creature that had previously used the path of hell to suck out people's souls. When the great something opened its mouth, ashes began to fly into it, not carried away by the wind and not dissolved by the rain. When the demon's head closed its mouth, its jaw moved, as if the creature was chewing something. Nagato realized that his technique was restoring every cell of Sasuke's body. That's why it took him so much energy. When the head stopped and the mouth opened, showing the fully restored body of the brunette, even with clothes, the eyes of the demon's head lit up, and a bright plowing illuminated Sasuke. The soul found in the other world returned to him. Nagato saw the technique of the path of hell dissolve into thin air, and then he himself felt that he was about to disappear. One moment later, far, far away from here, the body of the owner of the Rinnegan left life. No one could have imagined that during these moments the spirit of Uzumaki made an astral journey. And no one could think who he had raised from the dead. The end of the flashback. Sasuke finally turned around. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was burning in his eyes. Uzumaki shuddered. Really? Was it Nagato who revived him with the help of Rinne Tensei? But how? I burned Sasuke's body myself. It seems to be my sword, Naruto, Uchiha repeated, holding out his hand. The brunette's palm passed through the ghostly armor of his own Susanoo and stopped in an expectant gesture. Naruto hesitated, put the handle of Kusanagi in Sasuke's hand. Uchiha's eyes flashed. It looks like we have a new enemy. And much more dangerous than all the previous ones, Uchiha grinned, waving his blade. With us? Uzumaki was surprised. We meant that Sasuke either doesn't remember that Naruto was the one who killed him, or doesn't want to remember it. Sasuke waited until the blonde man took an uncertain step and stood next to him. I realized that you were right in many ways. Believe me, death is much better than the eternal Tsukuyomi. I can say this based on my own experience. Muttered the brunette. So you remember everything? The blonde man squeezed out. Yes. But no matter what, I decided that I would take your side. As it should have been done initially, Uchiha grinned and cast a quick glance at Naruto. Don't think you're forgiven for what you did, though. Madara was surprised by the appearance of a new opponent. Especially the fact that he was also from the Uchiha clan. And it was not easy to surprise the legendary villain. So we fight together? Naruto asked. Uchiha grinned. Just like in the good old days. The invincible duo is back. Just don't get in the way. A blue chakra began to accumulate around Madara. His Susanoo was being restored. One bug more or less, it doesn't change anything. I was just going to show this jerk my real strength. Sasuke and Naruto heard the loud voice of the legendary Uchiha. The next moment, Madara began to be lifted into the air. His Susanoo began to increase in size, dozens of times exceeding its original form. As a result, a translucent blue giant grew up in front of Uchiha and Uzumaki, whose head probably supported the firmament. The giant was wearing samurai armor. A long glowing sword was placed in his hands. Madara, who was in the head of his new ghostly protector, laughed. Behold the absolute form of Susanoo. Uchiha and Uzumaki saw the giant raise his sword. This was accompanied by a deafening hum. Finally, the hand raised to strike froze. And then it crashed down. Scattered. Naruto exclaimed. Susanoo Sasuke pushed off from the ground with his hand and flew away together with the owner. Naruto, from whose back an additional arm from the chakra grew, clinging to a ledge 20 meters to the side, also moved. The earth shook from a terrible blow. Our heroes were almost deafened by the roar. When they turned around, they saw that the gap cut by Susanoo's sword extended all the way to the mountains, which were also cut in two. Naruto! Sasuke exclaimed while Susanoo Madara was preparing to repeat what he had done. He is weak because he is limited by the Edo Tensei technique. Orochimaru Sensei said that in this form, a reborn shinobi is vulnerable when he uses the maximum limit of his powers that allows the resurrection technique to be used. Weak? Are you kidding me? Naruto thought. What are you talking about? Our forces should be enough. It is necessary to strike a joint blow, it will be enough to turn all the power of Madara against himself, Sasuke explained with irritation. Uzumaki nodded. Madara, for whom the two opponents were comparable to small dots, watched with curiosity as the enemies ran towards each other. Whatever you're up to, it won't work. When they finally resurrect me with the help of Rinne Tensei, and I get my own eyes back, nothing will stop me, the voice of the villain from heaven rumbled with pathos. A bright flash, and two streams of chakra, orange and purple, joined together. Madara beheld a nine-tailed fox, so huge that it exceeded its natural size 3 times. Kyubi, blazing with orange fire, was covered with purple Susanoo armor. The eyes, 2 red lights, stared at Madara with hatred. Naruto and Sasuke were standing on the head of a monster created by their chakra. No one will revive you. The only person who could have done it died. And his Rinnegan was destroyed, Uzumaki said. Besides, we wouldn't let you resurrect completely anyway, Sasuke added. Uchiha and Uzumaki synchronously stretched out their hands in front of them. The nine-tailed fox in armor opened its mouth, and a black sphere began to form in it, from which the twisting tails of Yasaka no Magatama protruded, covered with black flames of Amaterasu. They looked like shuriken blades. Absolute jutsu! Sasuke and Naruto exclaimed. Anton! Uchiha whispered. Baijidama shuriken! Naruto shouted. The next moment, the monster with 9 tails fired its projectile at the target. Sasuke and Naruto saw a bright black and red explosion as a result of a direct hit. At the sight of this sight, Naruto felt a chill down his back from the realization of their strength with Uchiha. The ghostly blue Atlantean, which seemed indestructible, cracked and disintegrated into fragments, which immediately evaporated into the air. A small dot, followed by a trail of smoke, flew down and crashed into the ground. How, whispered Uchiha Madara, who lost his limbs. His armor was torn, his body burned. One Rinnegan burst and leaked out of the eye socket. The immortal warrior was breathing heavily, not understanding how his enemies were able to curb such power. Well now. I will recover and get even with you. There won't be a wet spot left of you. The villain thought, feeling how small pieces of paper are attached to the body, restoring its damaged or missing pieces of paper. Suddenly, the ground shook so that Madara flew half a meter into the air and slammed on his back again, feeling some sharp object lying on the ground enter his back. It was Darui's sword that Uchiha was unlucky enough to land on. He winced, and when he opened his eyes, he saw above him the majestic figure of the creature that had hit him with the previous attack. Kyubi, covered in Susanoo's armor, towered over him. This time he was standing on his hind legs. Naruto and Sasuke were standing on the monster's head. It's not over yet. Madara croaked. Sasuke's eyes flashed. You're wrong, he said. And the next moment, a blade of red-orange flame grew in Kyubi's paw. It was Totsuka's sword, originally owned by Itachi Uchiha, and then passed along with the eyes to his brother. The monster raised its paw and brought down a blow on the villain. At the last moment Madara whispered. Rinbo. Henjaku. But it was too late. In the next moment, the nine-tailed pierced both Madara and his black copy with an orange sword, which appeared directly above the original and became visible only at the moment of his death. From the lips of Madara, the last curse fell to the address of the two youths who managed to defeat him, and then he was sucked into the sword along with his otherworldly copy. It's over, Sasuke whispered. The war is over, Naruto squeezed out. There was a deafening bang from behind. I wouldn't be so sure if I were you. The heroes heard a familiar voice. Tobi? Sasuke was surprised. Nice to see you alive and well, Sasuke, the masked man chuckled. Behind him, the menacing figure of the statue of Geto Maso appeared out of white clouds of smoke, which he summoned in an unknown way. Naruto, peering into the face, or rather, the orange mask of his old enemy, could not understand in any way what changes had happened to his appearance. After a few moments, it dawned on him. An extra slot appeared in the juniper mask, and Rinnegan shone with a bluish light in it. Toby looked up at the huge figure of the nine-tailed, covered with Susanoo, on whose head stood the heroes who defeated the legendary Uchiha Madara. "I have to thank you for ridding me of Mr. Madara. Summoning him was Kabuto's mistake, and I wasn't going to do it in any way," muttered the last of the Akatsuki. "You've done a good job. Come over to my side, and together we will build a wonderful new world. Whoever you are, where did you get that eye from?" Naruto growled. Toby grinned. Besides Rikudo, only one person was able to awaken Rinnegan. This is Madara's eye, which he was so eager to get. It was given to Nagato for safekeeping, and now it has become mine, the masked man replied. Uzumaki gritted his teeth. "It's impossible. We have destroyed the Rinnegan." Naruto objected. Toby looked at him and smiled cunningly under the mask. "Are you so sure of that?" "Yes." Konan blew up her and Nagato's hideout, and there was nothing left of Pain's body. Uzumaki exclaimed. Toby jerked his thumb at the new slot in the mask. "Nevertheless, these eyes are mine now. I teleported to Nagato a few seconds before the explosion, when your blue-haired friend with him was flying away on her paper wings. Time was too short, and I managed to take only one eye." Uzumaki swallowed. Toby spread his arms wide. "I must say, guys, I'm pleasantly surprised," Akatsuki continued. "You did all the dirty work for me. Now I have everything to return this world to the power of the eternal Tsukuyomi." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. "Well, almost all. The only thing left is a little more of your chakra, Naruto. Then the 10-tailed one will be reborn again, and nothing will interfere with the eternal Tsukuyomi," Toby clarified. "Since you have been so helpful, I can close my eyes to all your misdeeds. Let's start all over again. Let's bring the eternal genjutsu to perfection so that everyone in it can live peacefully and calmly." Uzumaki clenched his fist. He knew perfectly well that Toby couldn't be trusted. No matter how good his intentions seemed, under this mask there was a person who spoiled the lives of a lot of people with his evil. Whatever the masked man was trying to achieve, Naruto knew what it would cost the world. Life will stop, and all mankind will die out without ever coming out of the illusion. Naruto looked doubtfully at Sasuke. Uchiha had already succumbed to the speech of the masked man, and then he could not get out of his web of lies. What will he do now? "Sasuke, please listen," the blonde whispered. "Orochimaru-sama," Uchiha interrupted him with a hand gesture, without taking his thoughtful gaze off Toby. "Think about it, Naruto. But he's talking the point. Everything could be fixed. The tragedies that happened to our families, the collapse of Team Number 7, the death of my brother." Sasuke muttered, finally turning to Naruto. "To prevent the Fourth World War, the death of Karin, what I did with Sakura." Naruto continued the list in his head. "No, there is no way to change this, and never. The truth will remain true. Doesn't he understand that?" Suddenly the blonde noticed that Sasuke winked at him. "Really, conceived a daring plan, and it was a request to play along with him?" "No, you can't. It's impossible. Last time it was." The blonde man objected, frowning. "Think for yourself, the second eternal Tsukuyomi will be perfect. We will be able to take into account past mistakes and create a perfect new world in illusion." Sasuke raised his voice. Toby watched them with a smirk hidden behind his mask. Naruto paused, as if considering the offer. At the same time, he was watching Sasuke's facial expressions. Well, maybe your words make sense, the blonde agreed. Toby grinned. Well, if you've decided everything, we can proudly declare the end of this senseless war. And its terrible consequences should be eliminated right now. Naruto, you need to share the Kyuubi chakra with the statue. She's completely spent it. Your chakra is the final element on the path to peace. Uzumaki stood on the nose of the nine-tailed in purple armor and sighed. Good. I'll do it, he said after a pause. Glancing at the statue of the heretic, which opened its mouth, ready to absorb the energy of Kurama, he stretched out his hand forward. Kurama obeyed. The monster opened its mouth, and a tailed bomb began to form in it. That should be enough, Uzumaki said. When the statue absorbs my chakra, the ten-tailed one will be reborn, right? Toby nodded. The process has already begun, the masked man whispered, watching as the chakra streamed separate from the Bijadama and fly straight into the mouth of Jubi's soulless body, turned into a statue. Uzumaki grinned. Well, then you don't have much time, Sasuke, to end this madness. The guy exclaimed and, pointing his hand down, ordered Kurama to shoot. Instead of releasing the Bijadama directly into the statue's mouth, the nine-tailed one fired a projectile directly at Toby. Since the shot was made almost at point-blank range, he could not do anything. The chakra formed from the explosion still rushed to the statue of Geto Maso, which greedily sucked in energy. One by one, the eyes of the heretic statue opened. Come on, Sasuke. Before it's too late. Naruto shouted. Uchiha, who had previously taken control of Kubi's paw holding Tatsuka's blade, immediately began to act. The nine-tailed struck a lightning strike with a yellow sword from the ceiling flame and cut the statue in two. Along with the energy floating in the air, the creature created by Rikudo Sennin began to lose its exact outlines and, smeared, sucked into the pumpkin of the sword a moment before taking the form of Jubi. No. Impossible. Nothing can hold such power. Toby croaked, lying in the center of a huge crater. His body was mutilated. Half of it was missing as such, and from the holes, instead of blood and internal organs, a strange white liquid poured out. The mask cracked and rolled to the ground in fragments. Now the blonde and the brunette could see the real face of the one who kept his real name a secret for decades. He was a man of about 35, with short black hair. Half of his face was disfigured by terrible scars. The villain's torn clothes were smoking. Toby's body convulsed, and then he froze, staring with a frozen gaze of different eyes at the sky full of clouds. Uzumaki sighed. That's it. It's over, he said in a whisper. We saved the world, Sasuke. Naruto turned around, and just at that moment Sasuke fell to his knees, clutching his head. Sasuke! Uzumaki exclaimed, running up to his friend. It is, too much. It's tearing from the inside. Itachi said that Tatsuka's sword can seal anything. Uchiha rattled quickly and loudly, wincing from the pain. Rivulets of blood trickled down his cheek from his left eye. No. Impossible. I won't be able to restrain him, Naruto. Either Tatsuka is not as good as his brother said he was, or my Susanoo is not strong enough to wield a sword with a ten-tailed inside. Uchiha exclaimed, gasping for air. Naruto grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him, bringing him to his senses. No. It can't end like this. We won. He said confidently, looking Uchiha straight in the eyes. How it hurts. Shouting this, the brunette clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. Sasuke. Sasuke. Can you hear me? Think of something. Sasuke. Uzumaki shook his friend again, but he did not answer. He was only able to moan, going crazy with pain. Jubi was about to go outside. No. I have to think of something. We were so close to victory, and now, Naruto thought convulsively. Nuke-Nin did not know where all his composure had gone. Now he was a scared boy again, afraid of big-tailed creatures. But this time the blonde man was not dealing with Kurama, but with a scarier creature. Naruto. What would Orochimaru do in your place? The blonde man, who had fallen into shock, heard the voice of the nine-tailed. I would have come up with a plan that in any case, even in the most difficult situation, would have made us winners, replied Naruto. Orochimaru. The most magnificent strategist, whose mind was comparable only to the mind of the members of the Nara clan. If he were here now. Stop whimpering, you weak-willed creature. The guy heard a familiar voice. How? Was it really his teacher? Do you want to save the world or not? Orochimaru continued to hiss, who came from nowhere in Jinchuriki's head. The blond man gritted his teeth, feeling that the cursed seal on his shoulder was burning. Did she react with the Nine-Tails' new chakra? Even though I am not alive, I still exist as a chakra in your body. I saw everything from the beginning to the end. Naruto felt like Sensei was standing behind him and hissing something in his ear. What should I do, Orochimaru-sama? He couldn't stand it. Sasuke wasn't able to take his words anyway. To save the world, you have to save Sasuke. From myself. The way out is quite simple. Make it so that Tatsuki's sword, from which Jubi is now trying to escape, never existed. Destroy the source of Sasuke's power, and Jubi will disappear forever, replied Sensei's voice. Then Orochimaru went quiet. Or his entire remaining chakra has eroded, destroyed by the Kyuubi energy purified after opening the cell, which has been bubbling in Naruto's body for a long time. Either Sensei had nothing more to say. Source, strength? Naruto whispered, looking at Sasuke with horror, both of whose eyes were now bleeding. Naruto, you have no choice. Kurama growled. There is always a choice, the blond man objected. Not this time. Act, or the world ends. Just like your dear friend. Uzumaki took a deep breath, looking at his hands. Sorry, Sasuke. It will be another thing that you will never be able to forgive me. The blonde whispered. Without hesitating another second, he squeezed out both of Uchiha's eyes. A heart-rending scream rang out over the valley. 5 years later. There was not a single cloud over Konoha. The radiant sun shone brightly. A cool breeze swept through the streets, forcing sakura petals to fly up. The leaves of the trees rustled peacefully. The cheerful cries of children playing in the street could be heard from everywhere. The brunette, sitting behind a pile of papers at his desk, was distracted. He looked out the window. But before seeing the beautiful picture of summer Konoha hiding behind the glass, Uchiha noticed his own reflection, which seemed to him a dark shadow. He has matured in recent years. Sasuke's face began to look more like an older brother. His chin was covered with thick stubble, indicating that the hero had not been taking care of himself much lately. He had a lot to do. But Uchiha's hairstyle has not changed at all. In the reflection, he saw a black blindfold covering one eye. The brunette touched his face, intending to remove this bandage, but suddenly something made him change his mind abruptly. Dad! A little boy exclaimed, running into the house. Sasuke abruptly withdrew his hand. He was wearing green shorts and an orange t-shirt. The guy was almost a complete copy of Naruto, only he didn't have stripes on his cheeks. And her eyes were not blue, but light green, like her mother's. Sasuke got up from the table. "There's a man in a mask. He wants to see you," said the son of Naruto and Sakura. Uchiha froze for a moment. "Dad? Everything is fine?" the child asked, looking attentively at the one whom he considered his father. "Yes, Keita, go help Mom with the dishes. I'll be back soon," Sasuke smiled, patting him on the head. Sasuke quickly left the house, hoping that Sakura would not notice his short absence. "So many years have passed. I didn't think I'd ever see you again," Sasuke said, emerging from the spatial funnel on the last head in the chain of stone images of the Hokage. Then, many years ago, when Naruto squeezed out Sasuke's eyes, thereby destroying both his Susanoo and Totsuka's sword, and the ten-tailed one, Uzumaki, disappeared. Uchiha woke up with a Sharingan and a Rinnegan transplanted from a masked man, which, apparently, was the work of a blonde, but he did not wait for his friend. He disappeared and did not make himself felt for 5 years. Sasuke turned his gaze to the blonde man standing on the edge and carefully peering into the new Konoha, restored years ago. When he turned around, Uchiha understood why Keita had mentioned the intruder as a masked man. Naruto's face was hidden behind an Anbu mask depicting a fox. The guy slowly reached for his face and took off the mask. Sasuke discovered that Uzumaki hadn't changed a bit over the years. "Hello," muttered an old friend. "Nice to see you again." Uchiha nodded. He reached for the blindfold covering his eye and took it off. The Rinnegan appeared to Naruto's gaze. In Sasuke's other eye socket, Tobi's Sharingan was burning, which he had apparently already mastered. "I wanted to thank you for," Uzumaki sighed. "Even if it was for the sake of saving the world, I will not be able to forgive myself for what I did. Those eyes have brought you a lot of pain," Naruto said and looked at Konoha again. "It's beautiful here, even better than before. Yes, the village has been restored. It has only become more beautiful. There have been many changes. Jiraiya-sama is going to appoint me the 7th Hokage." Uzumaki grinned. "Congratulations," he managed. "I can't believe that after what I did, I was recognized as a hero." Sasuke muttered, putting the bandage on Rinnegan again. "In the end, you turned out to be a hero," Naruto objected. "You have done more to preserve this world than anyone. I couldn't have done it without you." Sasuke looked seriously at his friend's back. "Why did you disappear?" "Well, it was my choice. I decided it would be better if everyone thought I was dead. I realized that I could never live here. This place has never been my home. And it could never become one," Uzumaki replied and turned around with a smile on his face. "However, I found a new one. Konan and I have restored Uzushiogakure. And I managed to find a few Uzumaki survivors. It turned out it wasn't as bad as I thought." Sasuke chuckled. Great. I'm happy for you," he said sincerely. "How is Sakura?" "Fine," Sasuke replied, lowering his gaze. "Soon I will have a son or daughter." Naruto laughed. "Naruto, you've seen your son, haven't you?" Sasuke asked. "Did you talk to him?" "Yes. Only he probably has no idea who he met. I have to ask a favor. Never tell him the truth. You're his father, not me. It will be better for all of us," Jinchuriki sighed. "If that's what you want. Okay, I promise I'll take care of him. But tell me one thing. How is he treated in the village?" Uchiha looked thoughtfully at the sky. "Well, Of course, no one finds obvious similarities in appearance with me. But for the uninitiated, this is Sakura's son, and no one knows about Keita's connection with you. He's just an ordinary kid. He has a lot of friends. A few more years, and he will enter the academy. Naruto sighed with relief. Wonderful. Everything turned out exactly as I wanted. The blonde turned to Sasuke. Despite the fact that the Fourth World War has passed, this world will never get rid of bloodshed. Wars will never end. Many years later. When my village is fully restored, I think we will meet again to discuss the terms of the peace agreement. You'll be a good Hokage, Sasuke. I'm sure. Sasuke grinned, briefly lingering his gaze on his house, visible from here as a small cube. Oh, brave new world. Uchiha muttered. When he turned around, Naruto was already gone. He disappeared as if he had never appeared here. Sasuke looked around Konoha, which he was soon to lead, and quietly repeated, "Oh, brave new world, that's the end."